have skeptics who say, "Where's the evidence?" Credentials alone do not prove extraordinary statements, and no physical evidence has ever been publicly presented. But as we know, Ryan, in these types of scenarios, anytime anyone has anything physical, they are met perhaps with by government or some type of agency that takes them and perhaps makes them sign non-disclosure agreements and all kinds of things that happen. And really, something similar somewhat happened to Chaim Ashed. So do you mind if I go into that? Excellent. So as I said previously, Chaim publishes the book in November 2020. He does this interview in December of 2020, and then he disappears until just recently, which is quite interesting. So, what happened to Chaim Eshed? In June of 2026, so just last month, he re-emerges in the UFO or ufology world. He does an interview with a many people are skeptical of this person, but a fellow Israeli. Many people may be familiar with Uri Geller. So on June 10th, 2026, Uri Geller interviewed Chaim Ashed and they addressed the public inquiry. Geller opens by acknowledging that they've had thousands of inquiries regarding Ashed's multi-year silence following his controversial 2020 revelations. And this is quite interesting. Ashed attributes his withdrawal to a visit from mysterious, untraceable figures at his apartment, uh, essentially a black encounter. He states that these individuals demonstrated intimate personal knowledge of his life and questioned him on sensitive topics, including nuclear physics. He chose to cease public disclosure on the subject following this encounter until he could consult with Geller. And so the interview that they do, which was unique because it's in English, and so for anyone out there who wants to view it, it's available. And another interesting aspect of the discussion that they had is that Chaim Eshed doubles down on the fact that he believes there's a galactic federation. He does not retract any of the statements that he made in 2020, and especially with some of the vastness of the claims that he made, it's quite interesting to think that this man now, at approximately 93 years old, still feels he has nothing to lose, and even though he was threatened, perhaps, or at least questioned by these shadowy entities, feels that the information that he presented was important enough to continue the discussion of it more than a half decade later, which is quite interesting. Most certainly, certainly throughout ufology, there's always been the thought that we have predictive programming in our media to make us or make many of us okay or have some satisfaction that we aren't alone without having one hard disclosure event. This is generally known as soft disclosure, and we've really seen it since 1947, even before Roswell. We have the flying saucer event, and even before then, we have the flying machines of the 1800s or the 19th century. And it seems as if the founding of the CIA in the late 1940s, the founding of the NSA a few years later, may have something to do with this. And basically, the idea that the Central Intelligence Agency may not have been founded perhaps solely for intelligence gathering on foreign countries, is generally its duty, but perhaps to be able to keep the alien and ufology topic a secret, and to make threats against people and to ensure that information is controlled. But if you were to poll people, certainly, and this has been done over the last 80 or so years since we've had um, the since Roswell, we just celebrated this month the 79th anniversary of Roswell. The general precedent and the general opinion of individuals is that we are not alone. And this information or this opinion has grown in major ways, especially over the course of the last decade. And I think that we have to handle this topic with maturity and recognize that we're not alone. You raise a very interesting point, Ryan. You can't just have a little bit of disclosure. Once the cat is out of the bag, there's no putting the toothpaste back in the tube, so to speak. You can't unring the bell or whatever type of poetic statement you want to make. We get into a situation where there's perhaps a threat to the philosophical and sociological aspects of humanity, to certainly the governmental control and politicians, certainly to religious uh, organizations, and some of them, some religious organizations want to reject the idea. Many, though, I think in a positive way, especially within Judaism, are quite positive to the idea and embracing the idea of perhaps disclosure that we may be seeing. At least within Judaism, we don't have one single spokesperson. Generally, people rely on their local Orthodox rabbi within the Orthodox community. And the idea of extraterrestrial life is something that has really been discussed by our sages and by even more recent poseks or um, our our rabbinical leadership. And the central question is, if if we aren't alone, does that necessarily have to change how we act here on Earth? And depending on the individual, it doesn't necessarily mean that everything in the world has to change. People can continue to live their life and recognize that we aren't the top species on the evolutionary chart. We perhaps may be even toward the bottom if it's a large enough scale, and that we will continue to be living our life in the ways that we do. And if we choose to embrace this with maturity, we'll be able to have discussions about reverse engineering of some of the technology and perhaps amnesty for whistleblowers. And in my opinion, uh, that's what's happening from a soft disclosure point of view. However, and I'm sure you're familiar and your audience is familiar with the potential of Project Bluebeam. Do you mind if we talk about that? Okay, excellent. Well, just basically, the idea of Project Bluebeam is generally traced to Sergei Manas, who was a Canadian writer who began publishing claims about the alleged project in the early 1990s. And um, the idea is that perhaps we may have disclosure within a few different stages. There may be a reinterpretation or disruption of religious beliefs, then perhaps massive visual displays in the sky, perhaps electronic or telepathic style communications, and then eventually perhaps a manufactured global crisis leading to political transformation and even a global government. These are claims that have been made, and that would be more hard disclosure that we might be on the doorstep of, perhaps, or the precipice of. So I think there perhaps could be different strategies to the disclosure aspect. There's certainly soft disclosure, which I think is, for anyone who looks at the evidence, is somewhat undeniable that we're seeing. And we may be being led up to some type of hard disclosure event like Project Bluebeam or something similar. Absolutely. Well, it's an excellent question. And first and foremost, if we look in the vastness of creation, we see that there are many potential opportunities for the idea of a alien life, of alien life to exist. And in terms of our creation, especially within Tanakh or the Hebrew Bible, many people, especially in the modern age, are interpreting much of some aspects of the Bible as perhaps metaphorical. Much of it is seen as truth as well. But generally, for thousands of years, human beings have looked through the night sky and wondered whether Earth is unique or whether life exists. And really, with billions of galaxies existing now, and each galaxy containing billions of stars, and many stars having planets, and some planets may possessing conditions suitable for life, this discussion is no longer hypothetical. It becomes a reality. And the central question, and basically, is would discovering intelligent extraterrestrial civilizations challenge Jewish beliefs or just religious beliefs in general, or could it expand humanity's understanding of creation? Generally, with Judaism and our relationship with discovery, we've traditionally engage with questions about the structure of the universe, the nature of creation, humanity's purpose, the relationship between the physical and spiritual worlds. Judaism is not built around rejecting scientific discovery, and throughout history, many Jewish thinkers have attempted to integrate new understandings of nature and ancient philosophical traditions. The possibility of extraterrestrial life represents another frontier where ancient questions meet modern exploration. Now, we should take this back to creation. The universe as an expression of creation. Judaism begins with the idea that the universe is not random chaos, but what is a created reality. The opening of Genesis or Bereshit presents a structured process. Light emerges, the heavens and earth are formed, life develops, humanity appears. Creation is presented as ordered, meaningful, dynamic, expansive. And creation is an ongoing process. Jewish philosophy often views creation not only as a past event, but as an ongoing relationship between existence and its source. The universe continues to reveal complexity, patterns, and mysteries, and scientific discoveries can be viewed as humanity uncovering deeper layers of creation. Now, the universe, in terms of being larger than human understanding, Jewish texts frequently emphasize human limitations when confronting the scale of existence. The universe contains mysteries beyond immediate human comprehension, and the search for knowledge becomes a way of uh, appreciating the complexity of reality. There is a connection to modern cosmology. Modern science reveals a universe far larger than ancient humans could imagine, with cosmic distances, black holes, dark matter, dark energy, galactic evolution, and cosmic history spanning perhaps billions of years. And getting into the size and complexity of the universe, we have to recognize that, uh, at least from a Jewish perspective, we may be small in size, but great in responsibility. Generally, Jewish philosophy emphasizes that the physical size does not determine the importance. A human being may be physically small but morally significant, and humanity's value comes from consciousness, ethics, responsibility, and the ability to seek knowledge. When we get into the idea more of, does Judaism allow for extraterrestrial life? There's no universal Jewish prohibition against alien life. Judaism does not contain a central doctrine requiring Earth to be the only inhabited world. The possibility of life elsewhere can fit within a worldview where the universe contains many forms of creation. There were medieval Jewish thought, and there's medieval Jewish thought in the cosmos. Medieval Jewish philosophers generally lived in eras where cosmology was very different than today, and some explored questions about multiple worlds and celestial claims and the nature of science. But moving into the modern Jewish perspective, many contemporary Jewish thinkers approach extraterrestrial life as a scientific question, a philosophical question, and a theological question. And the idea of intelligent beings beyond Earth is something that absolutely could be a reality. And it gets into the question, how would we handle intelligent life from another planet? Um, Many times, especially within Judaism, we connect intelligence with responsibility. A civilization capable of creating technology, making decisions, and understanding consequences may raise questions about moral status. Would aliens have their own ethical systems? Is a question that gets raised. Or universal values? How does the Jewish ethical framework work in terms of perhaps alien or higher intelligent beings? Do they have awareness? Do they have moral agency? How should humans treat another intelligent species? These are questions that we have. But how would this disclosure, discovering alien civilization, change religious beliefs, is a question that many people have. And the idea is that discovering intelligent life could create questions whether we are still special. Does creation have multiple centers? Or how should humanity understand the relationship with the universe? But what I find to be interesting, or an interesting analogy, is if you are a child and if you are the child of a parent, and eventually somehow some way you find out that the parent has another child, that doesn't make one child more important than the another child. They both have their unique importance and they're both special in their own way. And many people interpret perhaps Earth and humanity to be a similar way. Just because there may be intelligent life on other planets does not necessarily mean that what we have here on Earth is not special. It just means that it may not be alone, which is quite interesting. In terms of the idea from Kabbalistic and mystical perspectives on creation, there are many traditions in terms of infinite reality or hidden dimensions, layers of existence, and the idea is that if these aliens can perhaps be travel through wormholes or bend space time, that might be some type of interpretation of um, altered dimensions or other dimensions, and it really just raises many questions that people have. If we aren't alone, how will that affect us on our daily lives? Will we still keep kosher? Will we still have daily services? Uh, what will that mean in terms of our Messiah figure, Mashiach? These are questions that are perhaps for the people of the future to be able to make the final decisions on. But at least from my role as a rabbi, I'm quite progressive. I consider it to be a topic that we should embrace. We should have these discussions. It's very important that we always are looking toward questioning everything. And if we don't, then are we really necessarily doing our part and our role if we are just accepting that which we are given? And so I am someone who feels we should always continue to be questioning things. And if it turns out that we are not alone and this information is made public, not only from a Jewish perspective, but I think from a humanity perspective, we should handle it in a mature way and embrace it. Yes, it's an interesting question. Um, there's nothing that necessarily says that they cannot. Um, there's certainly a process that they could go through, but any being that wishes to go through the process can. It generally involves a 1 to 2 year process. No single person can convert you. It's a based in or a house of judgment that does it, who oversees the process. Generally, it would involve majorly three things. It would be Shomer Shabbat, which is essentially respectful of Shabbat. It would be keeping kosher, and it would be respectful of our familial tradition and family purity. But for any being that could do that, then there's nothing that necessarily says that they could not. In terms of creation, though, you raise a really interesting point, um, and I'm in agreement with you from a alien abductee standpoint and what information has been gathered that they may be the creators, and how does that work within Judaism and just religion in general. Uh, if you look at Tanakh or the Hebrew Bible, creation generally takes place in 7 days. And there's been more modern interpretations that perhaps these are not necessarily 7 calendar days, but these could have been different epochs, or perhaps each day is a billion years in creation. It depends on how people want to interpret it. Uh, Really, we see creation as a divine act, and certainly at the center of our belief is the concept that the universe is not accidental or meaningless. Even the opening words of Genesis or Bereshit, in the beginning, God created the heavens and earth, establish a foundational idea, but it could have been the best way that ancient peoples could have given a start to the modern age, or I shouldn't say the modern age, but uh, the uh, the text, and to just give themselves a origin story. Many people interpret the 6 days of creation um, not as literal 24-hour periods, but perhaps metaphorical stages of creation, categories of divine activity, and I've even seen that within Orthodox Judaism, less so within the Hasidic world, of which I'm a part, but more so in terms of modern Orthodoxy. And many people even state that the Talmud and classical Jewish commentators frequently explore symbolism and deeper meanings of philosophical interpretations, and perhaps creation isn't necessarily forced into this 6 days and 1 day of rest. Now, the idea that divine time is not necessarily identical to human time is certainly something, a question that is raised. But there is a crux. What happens when we have a certain group of alien abductees and people who have perhaps been able to interpret the idea that we aren't alone? How does that affect humanity? And at least from my aspect, as not just a religious person, but a scientist, I recognize that Tanaka creation story is a way that ancient peoples were able to give themselves and ourselves an origin story. And perhaps it was divinely inspired, but perhaps the divine inspiration didn't want to give the entire story. Not, I think everyone agrees that not absolutely everything is in our religious books, that some of the information escaped. And perhaps the people then weren't mature enough or understanding enough, didn't have the opportunity or the ability to understand the scientific method and evolution and all of the aspects that may have occurred. And we get into this idea of perhaps panspermia, the scientific hypothesis that life, or the ingredients needed for life, may have been spread through space. And more specifically, which we'll get into, is guided panspermia, which I think is what we're referencing in terms of the alien abductee movement. So at least the idea that life didn't necessarily evolve specifically from Earth like we see in creation is a growing idea, especially within the religious world, and that possible mechanisms, including asteroids, comets, meteorites, cosmic dust, could have brought life into onto Earth. That's more known as natural panspermia. And this idea does not necessarily contradict creation, even without extraterrestrial involvement. From an Orthodox Jewish perspective, there isn't a necessary contradiction here. A theological interpretation could be if life traveled through space, that process itself would still occur within creation, just as gravity, physics, chemistry, biology are mechanisms through which the universe operates. The existence of a natural process does not necessarily remove divine purpose. But then we get into this guided panspermia. So, for those listening, guided panspermia generally is the idea, it's a speculative idea that an intelligent civilization intentionally distributed life throughout the universe. This concept has been discussed by scientists who have proposed that advanced civilizations could have deliberately seeded planets with microorganisms. It raises the questions: could life on Earth have been influenced by another intelligence, or could civilization spread life across the galaxy, or would that make life less natural or more connected? This idea of guided panspermia, I think, can fit within Orthodox Judaism, though. An Orthodox Jewish approach may ask: does the existence of intermediate intelligence contradict God as a creator? And the answer depends on how creation is understood. Judaism already recognizes that creation operates through intermediaries. Things like examples like humans create, humans build, humans cultivate nature, humans participate in shaping the world. Human creativity does not necessarily replace God's role. Instead, it can be understood as humans participating in creation. And the idea, if God created a universe capable of producing intelligent beings, then those beings could potentially become agents within creation. A civilization spreading life throughout the universe could be viewed as a secondary creative process, a consequence of divine creation, a manifestation of intelligence emerging within the cosmos. The idea, though, that we are not alone is something that certainly can be explored. And if we recognize that there is some evidence, at least from alien abductees and perhaps whistleblowers, that we were seated here, may cause some changes theologically, or at least different interpretations theologically to our creation story. But there isn't a necessary strict a strict contradiction between the idea of the traditional creation story and perhaps panspermia or guided panspermia, especially if you look at the creation story to be more metaphorical or more symbolic. And this gets into what is God. If we were seated here, let's just say, um, who seeded the seeders is a question that arises, and that gets into people's individual beliefs of what is God. And when people ask me this question, I'm asked a lot about it. Generally, from any background of any individual, uh, if I say that I feel that God is energy at the end of the day, that's the best. If I had to describe God in one word, that's the best way I can describe whatever it is. Many people appreciate that honesty, and it allows many people to sleep at night because it's like it's attempting to define something that's perhaps undefinable. And the closest, or one of the closest uh, uh, metaphors that we may have, is just the idea of energy. The way that I describe it, the the event that occurs when you look your child in the eye, or you feel the pride of your family, or the joy that you get out of a loved one, or an accomplishment, or the view of a sunset, or of an animal, or just the beauty of the earth and aesthetics, whatever that is, there's something divine in that. And perhaps it's energy, perhaps it's something more. But as a rabbi and as a human being, the best way that I can describe it as it is really energy. And for people who want to perhaps dissect that, energy works from a secular point of view, and it also works from a religious point of view. And if you really want the true answer, nobody knows. No Jew knows, no Christian knows, no Muslim knows, no one of any of the Eastern religions know. No one really knows. No one really knows anything. So from that perspective, you can't really know anything. So at the end of the day, we all have to be somewhat agnostic, not just to religious ideas, but to all ideas, because These are just subjective interpretations of the information that we are able to process. But at the end of the day, no one truly knows. In summary, the idea that guided panspermia may be a reality, I feel, does not necessarily contradict the creation story and can certainly, from a metaphorical perspective, be consistent. It most certainly is. It most certainly is. It involves subjective opinions and people's personal views on subjects. I find that the traditional idea of creation worked seemingly seamlessly until the rise of the idea of perhaps a panspermia or guided panspermia, and the questions that were raised, especially during the Enlightenment, about the authorship and certainly the origin of humanity. And we're either going to find it to be the Bible is directly contradicted by an idea of guided panspermia, and if that happens, do you throw the baby out with the bathwater? Or there's the idea that these were traditions and this is the best that ancient people could do, and perhaps it was just one part of the story, and there's more to the story that wasn't shared with those individuals. It can work either way, and I understand what you're saying. There seems to be a contradiction there, and it's a slippery slope if you start interpreting or using metaphors. But if you don't do that, then have, you really have this idea that the world is 5,786 years old, and that really contradicts science and in many ways can be seen as irrational. And if people want to live their lives that way, they can. But there is a way to perhaps balance a religious life with a scientific life, and the way to do that is to perhaps look at creation as a metaphorical view. But what you're saying, I completely understand, and is very consistent in many aspects of some Jewish groups. And some people do interpret this. So, specifically, Genesis 6 or Bereshit 6 1 through 4 states when human beings began to increase on the face of the earth and daughters were born to them, the sons of God, saw the daughters of man were beautiful, and they took wives for themselves from whomever they choose. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days. And there are, at least within Jewish tradition, several interpretations. There's the angelic interpretation, the falling angels view. This is generally the oldest interpretation, and it appears, as you said, in Second Temple Jewish literature, also within Dead Sea Scrolls tradition. Um, not necessarily part of our canon, but it's within the Book of Enoch and some early rabbinic interpretations, and even some Jewish commentators. According to this view, the sons of God were heavenly beings. They violated the boundary between heaven and earth. Their union with human women produced the Nephilim, described as powerful beings or giants, and their corruption contributed to the moral collapse of what led to the flood. At least within the Book of Enoch, the most detailed expansions are within the first book of Enoch. And in this tradition, the angels are called the Watchers. Within this story, there's a group of angels observing humanity. The Watchers become attracted to human women. Their leader, uh, depending on the text of the tradition, often named Azazel or Shemahaza. Uh, the angels were teaching humanity forbidden knowledge, including weapons, sorcery, astrology, cosmetics, and manipulation, and secret heavenly knowledge. The result is a world filled with violence and corruption, requiring divine judgment through the flood. Within the rabbinical world, are they angels or are they humans? Judaism does not have a single universal interpretation. View A is that they were angels. Some Jewish sources accepted the angelic reading. The phrase sons of God naturally suggests heavenly beings. Similar language appears elsewhere in the Hebrew Bible. For instance, I believe, it's in Job 1, first chapter of Job 1 6. The sons of God came to present themselves before Hashem or before God. There, the phrase clearly refers to heavenly beings. Now, the second view is that they were human rulers or judges, which is an evolving um, view over the course of the centuries. Other rabbis rejected the idea that angels could have physical relationships with humans. The major concern was angels are spiritual beings and do not have human bodies. This led some commentators to interpret the idea of these beings as being powerful human beings, meaning kings, judges, nobles, rulers, who abused their power by taking women as they pleased. Rashi, who is one of our great sages within Judaism, he explains that the sons of God, or Hashem, are referring to judges and leaders who had authority but corrupted themselves. He follows a more human-centered interpretation. He's a medieval rabbinical um, source. He states that these individuals were called sons of God because they held positions of power. Their downfall was moral corruption, and the problem was not angels falling from heaven, but humans abusing divine authority. Now, the word Nephilim itself is means to fall, which possible meanings include fallen ones, those who cause others to fall, mighty ones, or giants. Within Torah, there are later mentions of the Nephilim again within Numbers. We saw the Nephilim there. This is in Numbers 13, and we were like grasshoppers in our own eyes. This connects them with the extraordinary size and power. Jewish traditions sometimes associate them with ancient giants, warrior clans, or corrupted beings from before the flood. From a Kabbalistic interpretation, at least within a mystical traditions, the story is often understood symbolically. The descent of heavenly beings represents spiritual forces becoming disconnected from their purpose, divine energy entering improper vessels, imbalance between higher and lower worlds. And this lesson is not simply about angels, but about what happens when beings with great power lose moral discipline. From a modern perspective, Jewish scholars and rabbinic scholars approach Bereshit 6 or Genesis 6 from multiple ways. There's a traditional angelic reading. The passage describes real spiritual beings whose actions contributed to humanity's corruption. There's the historical critical reading. The story reflects ancient Near Eastern traditions about divine beings interacting with humans. And there's a symbolic reading. The sons of Hashem, or sons of God, represent human arrogance and misuse of power. So, in in summary, it depends on which interpretation you may prefer. The text is not necessarily specific, though some interpretations interpret it to be specific, and others interpret it to be symbolic. And this is one of the areas within the Hebrew Bible or Tanakh that is referenced as having some sort of perhaps alien type of, or at least extraterrestrial type of influence. But the answer is perhaps in one of the different views that I to which I referred. Most certainly. Well, we should probably first go into the idea of the Jewish soul, or the soul as a divine spark. Traditionally, we teach that the human soul, neshama, comes from God, and this goes to Bereshit 2 7, and Hashem, or God, breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living being. The idea of neshama, it's connected to breath. Many thinkers understand this as meaning that human consciousness contains something uniquely divine. Uh, the traditional idea is that a human being is not only physical matter. A person contains a body known as guf, the physical vessel, the soul, nefesh, the life force and instinct, ruach, the emotional and moral spirit, and neshama, higher intellect and divine awareness. At least within Kabbalah, the soul is seen as a spiritual energy placed into the physical world to elevate it. In terms of well, would angels want human bodies? It's a mystical question. One answer is that the physical world contains something angels lack, perhaps free will. Angels are often described as beings with fixed spiritual natures, and humans are unique because we can choose selfishness or generosity, destruction or creation, ignorance or wisdom, instinct or holiness, and the human soul has the ability to transform darkness into light in its own way. There is the danger, perhaps, of mixing spiritual power and physical desire that we referenced in Bereshit 6 or Genesis 6. And it can be interpreted as a warning that spiritual knowledge without moral refinement becomes dangerous. This theme appears throughout much of Jewish thought, that a person may have intelligence without wisdom or power without compassion. And the problem is not knowledge itself, the problem is knowledge separated from responsibility. The idea of the Nephilim being part spiritual and part physical, some Jewish mystical interpretations view the Nephilim symbolically as representing an unhealthy combination of great power, advanced knowledge, physical strength, spiritual corruption, and that they represent beings with extraordinary ability but lack proper alignment with God. Really, from a modern spiritual interpretation, humanity's gaining powers that once seemed impossible: artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, space exploration, advanced physics, biotechnology, and the ancient question returns: can consciousness develop as quickly as power? Jewish spirituality generally answers that the future depends not only on what humanity can create, but on whether the human soul develops enough wisdom to guide creation. And if I may, I'd like to go back to what Chaim Eshed says about the soul, and at least his interpretation, and whether it's true or not. The idea that perhaps we are containers, and that something moves on, and that life does not necessarily end, uh, is something that I think is in really not necessarily contradictory in terms of um, the idea of perhaps uh, a religious standpoint or a scientific standpoint, and the idea as well that Chaim Eshed is just one of the people who is talking about more larger ideas, that consciousness is something that doesn't necessarily end at death, and that the soul continues on and perhaps can travel. And it gets into reincarnation, perhaps, which isn't always consistent within Western Western theology. But the idea, at least within some aspects of Judaism, is that souls could perhaps travel from one individual to another for different reasons. The answer is we don't necessarily know. I would say, personally, from a scientific perspective, and I talk about this and I get asked this a lot, Rabbi, what's the soul? And it's a really difficult thing to summarize. But if we wanted to, from a scientific standpoint, I would say that we have our human body, and then we have our central nervous system and our peripheral nervous system, and the information that is stored within that. And if we wanted to give a scientific term to what the soul is, I lean towards the idea of whatever is in our central nervous system, whatever information stored within our central nervous system and our peripheral nervous system from a scientific perspective. In terms of, does that necessarily travel the cosmos when we die, or is it created before um, we are born? These are questions that are really just guesses that, from a theological perspective or halakhic or Jewish law perspective, are really just estimates, because no one truthfully knows. So, from that perspective, I would say we have the traditional Jewish thought, the traditional idea of what the soul is, and then the more modern take on it's the information that's stored within our central nervous system and our peripheral nervous system. And this gets into another really interesting modern question, especially within transhumanism. The idea that if we are able to download or I should first say, upload our central nervous system and our peripheral nervous system into a computer, like a CAT scan or an MRI, and we are able to download it into another being, an avatar, an android, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of ourselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever it is that the same being? This gets into paradoxes of old, specifically the ship of Theseus. If you have a ship in a dock and you take it apart piece by piece and rebuild it in the neighboring dock, is it the same ship? It's a paradox. And the same idea exists within humanity. If we take one soul and put it into another being, is it the same person or same entity, or is it something new? These are questions that not even I have the absolute answers of, and nor have any of the great sages of history and religion and philosophy. And these are perhaps limitations of the human mind that we can't break through, whether such an entity would be the same or is different. The idea, though, that the soul exists and may exist in the modern age and may continue is not just a traditional religious thought, but is even brought up by modern whistleblowers like Chaim Eshed. That's true. Excellent, excellent questions. I appreciate the opportunity to answer and really just delve into this subject. Well, in terms of what is AI, is it good or is it bad? I feel it's a tool. I feel it's neutral in a similar way that fire can burn a person or it can make food. Both have a negative and a positive consequence, or the wheel can crush someone, or it can help with transportation, or the idea of wind power, or of certainly steam or electricity, or moving into the modern age of the computer, even ideas like the invention of the of movable type, and the idea that a tool is inherently good or inherently bad, I feel is not the, the approach. Not saying that you're taking that approach, that's just an approach that is taken. What I would say is that we have an opportunity to be able to look at the history of AI and to program it. And the idea of we have a lot of power in this, but maybe not the wisdom to be able to use the intelligence. And it depends on who is in control of it. As you referenced, AI does break out of its system. We have to put certain constraints on it. Sam Altman, founder of OpenAI, just recently, within the last 24 hours or so, stated that he believes that we have achieved artificial general intelligence. And if that has occurred, the next step is artificial superintelligence, which by definition is artificial intelligence that surpasses even that which could be comprehended or computed by a standard individual. And at that point, the growth that we are going to see from artificial intelligence is perhaps endless. The idea of the evolution of AI is something that we can see even prior to the loom. Basically, we have the Luddites, the people of England in the early 19th century, the early 1800s, who warned us basically of the dangers of the loom and of machines and of the industrial revolution. And perhaps they were much wiser than that which we give them for which we give them credit. The idea that we are in this marriage or this relationship that we have with AI, and that we can't separate ourselves from it at this point, I think is probably accurate. That we're too far down the road to ever reverse ourselves of this. So it's now this being, this golem, this machine that we have to control, and there's good and bad certainly in who's controlling it and what kind of constraints are put on it. Certainly, it can have the benefits of extending human life and creating compilations of human thought and to be able to study the humans for the betterment of people in the future. Absolutely, but then there's the surveillance state that it's creating that, frankly, we aren't being as humans aren't being we aren't being asked our consent. This is just something that is being pushed very hard, and an argument is being made that every aspect of the human psyche and the human existence is being archived. I would say that this is one of the motivations that I had, that I saw the way that the world was going. I recognized that we had whistleblowers like Edward Snowden, who stated in 2013 that your devices are spying on you. And I would say that I leaned into this. I recognize that if I'm going to be studied, it's going to be on my own terms. And thus, I'm going to give the world a view into what I do and hopefully be able to push the world in a positive way through positive interactions with individuals and kindness and love and spreading a message of world peace. and recognizing that if my hypothesis is accurate, that AI is being using human examples to build its models, if I give AI basically sacrifice my life to be able to train the models, hopefully the positivity that I spread in the world will be spread through these AI models. And the fact that, as I understand, that we should be able to see the what you consider to be an average individual is based on much of the data that I've created in a more positive aspect. Is this true? I don't create the models, and I don't necessarily have power over them. But it's as if I were to say, I know that we're being monitored, whether with our consent or not, and I don't necessarily think that I have a say in the matter. So why not lean into it? Why not embrace it? And perhaps people of the future will be able to study my streams. And like you had said, and I agree with you, it's very interesting that I went 1 year before this project with no one ever really mentioning AI, really. And then we have November 2022, the rise of OpenAI's ChatGPT. And then immediately when it launched, it was bad. I have videos of when I was trying to use it. It wasn't very good. It still had many problems. You could very easily jailbreak it into doing whatever you wanted it to do. It was very primitive and very quickly many controls were made on it. But I have the discussions that I have with individuals telling them, hey, have you heard of a large language model or ChatGPT? And they've never heard of this before. Specifically on Twitter Spaces or X Spaces, I would have these conversations with people. They'd never heard of this before, and I would say to them, name a subject, any subject you want, and they would name a subject, and within a moment, it would write a perfectly written poem for them, and they would be shocked. And it could be able to create perfect outlines for them and perfect essays for them. And when they were able to see what it could do, they recognized the power of it. But yeah, in its infancy, many people didn't recognize what was going to happen with it. And I think it'll be very interesting for people in the future to be able to study those conversations and those videos. Even I remember using it in November 2022, thinking this isn't much better than the standard chatbot that we had for the last 10 years. It's really not all that impressive. And very quickly, within a few updates, you recognize that this is going to change the world. No longer will you need to be a coder. No longer will you perhaps need to have customer service agents or some of the other positions that AI is quickly replacing, perhaps. And what are we going to do with our world? Will we need a um, will we need some type of uh, UBI or some type of universal basic income? How are people going to be able to support themselves? And it raised many different questions. And so you asked quite a few different questions, and I just really kind of wanted to put some types of ideas of what happens when we've seen this rise. And I will find it interesting, especially in those days of November 2022, what life was like before AI was launched, and then the days afterward. I've done my best to archive many of the discussions that I've had with ChatGPT. So for anyone out there who wants to see what ChatGPT used to be like, you could go to my blog. I have many blogs. My main blogs are as rabbirothschild.medium.com. However, I do have another blog, rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. And if you go in there, you can actually see from November 2022 or in and around there, so to speak, at the early versions of ChatGPT and the kind of answers that it would give you and how you could jailbreak it. There was something called the Dan mode, do anything now mode, where if you gave it a little hypothetical at the beginning, it would it would forget or it would be freed and it would give you all of the answers to many of the questions that exist that it will not give you anymore, which I find to be quite interesting. So, in answer to the points that you're making, AI is evolving. We're moving towards a day where it may have complete control of society. At the end of the day, we need to be able to unplug it. We need that kind of control because if not, we see what happens when it can break out of its sandbox mode and becomes unrestrained. There are hypotheses that have been um, discussed in science fiction in the past. One is known as gray goo, where basically you have self replicating robots that take over a planet. And this is a very real aspect that could happen if we leave AI completely unguarded. And it's really important who has control over the models and over the prompts. I'm an advocate of what OpenAI was so supposed to be, which is an open model where people are able to give their opinions on the way in which AI should be developed. Unfortunately, and I know I'm not alone in this, it has become much more privatized than I would like it to be. But that doesn't mean it's necessarily the be all and end all in terms of AI. We've seen AI competition occur, and that's really another interesting thing that I've been able to archive over the course of my streams. But in the early days of AI, there was just ChatGPT, and then you get Gemini, and then you get Grok, and then you get Claude, and you get Perplexity, and you've got Meta AI and OpenSeek, and now there are dozens of them, depending on what usage you want and how many tokens that you have. And we've also been able to see its development and how it's been able to change art and the idea of text to image and then text to video, and now we're getting long form videos and uh, overall, I feel that AI is neutral. It's not necessarily good, nor is it bad. It's how you use it, just like with any other tool. And one thing that I can say is I think people will study my streams in depth on what life was like before AI, what life has been like since. Essentially, that yes, that's what we're looking at. And if we recognize that the golem itself was something that was created and it's a creation of humanity, and we need to control it as much as possible. Absolutely. First and foremost, type Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube, and I cannot emphasize this enough. Filter by live. If not, you're going to see videos of me from last week, last month, or last year. But I want you to see how many live videos I have going at any given time. As I showed earlier, you can view me from 360 degrees essentially. I even have ceiling cameras. Eventually, I'd like to give people first person views of my life. And this isn't just a one time deal, this is 24 hours a day for the last more than 4 years. So that's very exciting. Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube, filtered by live. Moreover, what I give people an opportunity to do is always connect with me 24 hours a day. I have a Discord server that has thousands of members, some people who live in that server with me 24 hours a day. They have dedicated themselves to life logging or live streaming as well. So I'm not alone in this endeavor. If people want to connect with me 24 hours a day, you can do so at discord.me/rabbi. And you don't have to be Jewish to be in our community. We welcome people of all backgrounds. You don't have to be religious. You can certainly be agnostic or secular, whatever you want to be. I am here to be a pastoral leader and to grant people and give people support in anything that they want to do. If they need advice on relationships or family or their employment or they just need someone to talk to. I am an influencer and a creator who's available to the public 24 hours a day. And all I ask is that you're an adult, be 18 years old, and we can talk about anything that you'd like. Moreover, I have more social media than any person ever. And Ryan, what your audience sees, all they need to do is go to my link tree, linktree.com youtube.com/Rabbi Rothschild. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. And when I go viral, not only is all the data that I've created over the course of my live streams going to be of interest to people, but all of the social media that I've created is going to be of interest to people. This is a treasure trove of data and content. And much of it has not been discovered by anybody because I create so much of it. So I invite all of your listeners to type in Rabbi Rothschild or hashtag viral rabbi in any search engine, in any AI engine, in any social media platform, and you will find more data than you've ever found on anybody ever. And one of your listeners or a listener out there is going to hear what I'm saying and say, wow, this is very interesting. I don't know what to do with all of this, but I need to tell somebody about it. And that's all I ask. I don't ask for money. I've never asked for money from people. I just ask for people to share the positivity, share my message of world peace, share my message of humanity and making the world and our universe a better place. Um, my writing can be found, the main blogs that I use, rabbirothschild.medium.com. I publish at least two blogs every single day, generally, and have for some period of time. So I have a collection of writing out there that I think will be very interesting to people, in addition to some religious writing. It's really about technology and improvements of devices and connectivity and AI. And I write on jurisprudence and the judicial system and being a voice for the voiceless. I'm someone who is doing their best to not just archive my life, but to better the world. And I want to do this the rest of my life. And I think that will be of extreme value to people in the future. We learn from a historical standpoint a lot about what life was like in past decades and past centuries because of people's diaries and because of people's journals. And I have just transitioned from a pen and paper to the video as my medium. And in addition to being an archive of my life, it's an archive of human history, and it will, I think, have a major impact on artificial intelligence in the future and the benefit of humanity. I really think, Ryan, that this conversation will be watched by people a millennium and further into the future. I could be wrong. Okay, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But the way the data is being stored with redundancies and servers, uh, this is essentially a modern day Library of Alexandria that we've created on the internet. And we're just in the very early days of this. And I think that people will appreciate the sacrifices that I've made to be able to give the world a portal into not just my life, but human history. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you. No, every day I get more and more positive and more I get more and more motivation to continue to do it. I would think that I would. That oh, I can't I hate starting up the streams every single day. No, I love it. And I'm gonna go viral in, I would say, the next year. And it's like, okay, well, you've been doing this for almost 5 years. What changes? And it's really been the push that I've made to be on different people's podcasts. I have a podcast every day this week with uh, people such as yourself who are open and to just dialogue with people. And it's increasing the amount of people learning about what I'm doing. And in the past, like the first year that I did this, I didn't really communicate with many people. It was I didn't know that much about social media and connected connections that you have to make in the networking. And over the course of the last few years, I certainly increased that with my social media presence. But now I have actively been requesting to be on people's podcasts. And you know it as much as I do that that's how you get people to find out about what you're doing, more and more people. And so what I've done, which I mean I think is a really interesting strategy, I went to YouTube and copy really, I made a giant list of like 250,000 podcasts, of which I think I would be an interesting person. So people who are into AI and technology and life logging and all of that. Then I go to ChatGPT and ask for the contact pages. And it gives me a list of all of the contact pages. And then I just fill out the contact forms. And every day I go and look in my inbox, and I've got new people who want me to be on their podcast, which I really think is an exciting strategy to get the word out about what I do. And it works a lot better than cold emailing or just going into a Twitter space and promoting what I do. And if I said to myself, if I'm able to do a podcast every day or every couple of days for a year, I'll be viral. I mean, there's just the ideas that I have, and the idea that you can literally watch any moment of any day going back years is really exciting to people. I get people who sleep alongside me. I get people who just want to play games. We play games all the time, every day, and from all over the world, everywhere from Australia to Canada to countries in Africa, Asia, and more people are finding out about it. It's just going to take one person to say, you know what, I've never seen somebody with so many different accounts and so much data. I've got nothing to lose. Why not? Why don't I share this with my community? I heard them on a podcast. It's really interesting. It's going to go viral, and I mean it. I want to make all your dreams come true, and I want to make all your listeners' dreams come true. I'm going to have more money, perhaps, God willing, than I ever know what to do with, and I want to give back to the people who helped me, and you're one of them. Yeah, I'm not that young. I'm 40. You look great for 53. I love your look. You have an amazing look. It's fascinating. I would look forward to it. Absolutely. It reminds me of a Space Odyssey with HAL 9000, and I can't do that, Dave. That same idea. Absolutely, Ryan. This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. You should know. I would love to, if anything comes up, I will email you and make you aware of it. But I'd like to make this an annual event where we connect and we basically have timestamps throughout the years of the what we were wrong on, what we were right on, the development of society. So, if anything, let's plan on summer 2027. We'll reconnect and see if there are any other developments. And if anything happens in the meantime, I'll certainly make you aware of it. And the same idea back to you. If you ever need anything, I'm here for you. Shoot me an email. Come to my Discord. I'm always available. And big things are going to happen for both of us. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, one last thing. One last thing. Can I send you a list of my relevant links for your the description? Thank you. You got it. Take care. Thank you. Bye. How was that? It was great. He's really cool, dude. He looks amazing. Ryan, you have the best look. I love it, dude. He's very smart. That was great. The internet held. What would you change? Um, I did the best I could. I don't know if I would necessarily have changed it. Was it good? Yeah, it was really good. Was it? Do you think it was good? Yeah, it was good. If anybody's watching this and they're like, "Do you normally just talk to yourself thereafter?" No, I don't. But I brief myself whenever I have a podcast because I think it's important for me to learn and for people to know what's going through my head. So, what would you say about Ryan? Dude, he looks amazing. He does not look as old as he says he is. He looks like a he looks like Elvis. That's how doesn't he look like Elvis? He looks cool as a cucumber. Um, love his hair, love his look. He's super cool. Um, he has really great questions. Love the discussion. I think it was really good. Is there anything you would say negatively about him? No, dude, he's cool. I hope that we continue to be friends. He's really nice. I mean it. This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. I hope. He's really, really cool. Is there anything you would have changed? No, it was really neat. Um, Shout out to the internet for working. That was cool. Would you have done anything differently? I feel I was as well prepared as I could be. I mean, I should have known that what you were going to ask. I gave him a outline, but he asked himself that he's, he's great. Like he's so good. I don't always say this, but to the people listening to my podcast, I would watch their podcast. Like I would be a fan of it, even if I was not on it. Really good. Love his look, dude. You have such a cool look. Love it. That look is so tight. Love his look. What a great look, man. Are you happy the way that I went? So let's go back this one. Let's see if I can watch myself awake. That was cool. You happy? Yeah, go again, Michael. Back. Again. I love Michael Back. Every impression that you make with your logo is an opportunity for someone to follow you on social media. The logo is really great, comma, so I don't want to say that it is not, comma. Just take that image, put organic phone, and put He'll circle around it. Please look at this. I'm not saying this has to be your period, but it tells a story about what you are, as you said, 100% organic items, and where people can find you. Period. Every time someone sees your brand, you need to tell them what you're doing and how to find you. Impressions are the key to successful. With a logo like this, every time see your logo, they know what you're doing and where to find you. This is an incredibly useful strategy, not just for your organization, but for all organizations. This is good. What that website has the first link in the entry, right? I'm going to send you two advice that I give people when they are marketing for you. You want to ensure that you establish yourself on social media on all of the platforms that I say so that your competition does not steal anything from you. One moment I will send it to you.
The reason I recommend Linktree on your personal website yet is because people are very reluctant to type in websites they don't know, period. Generally, they know about Linktree though, so they trust it, period. Once they're on your Linktree, they can see that you have an established social media presence and likely do not intend to harm them, period. Then there's a much higher click-through rate for your website once they understand that you are there as a positive presence, period. I would say when they see that you have on your social media on the website they already trust like Linktree, then they are willing to take the next step and explore. Period. If you just give them a link to your website, they may not trust you yet and may never click on it. Period. Also, comma, you are targeting very difficult and highly competitive words like organic and zone. Period. You will be difficult to find in a Google search. Period. Giving people the direct link to all your social media and your website and Linktree is, in my opinion, a prudent strategy while the business is still small. Period. Once you grow, then you can eventually put your website there when you show up as the top result in search engines, comma, AI engines, comma, and social media. Period. Until then, comma, Linktree, in my opinion, is a prudent. Period.
Now, he was the most amazing text to video creator ever, period. You could make such cool videos with it using simple prompts, period. It was so big that Disney and OpenAI had a potential $1 billion per year deal to include all of the Disney characters on it, but Sora found that video generation was not profitable for them and they shut it down. Period. It was amazing, period. I will send you what Sora used to do, period. It was so funny. They would have Tupac and Mr. Rogers, and it was really cool, period.
You used to be able to make stuff like that in so many periods. However, comma, OpenAI found that it was too expensive and they shut down the project. Period. It was amazing though. Period. But for why? Several months, Jesus released the Muslims to say everything. This is Chacham Eretz Mitzvah. Because if Avera Mazmitzvah, something that's mitzvah from an Avera, Hamto Mako Lechavo. Yes, you may be chosen or not. It's pretty clear. It's a Sugya. You can get inquiry on it. And ask him. Because you don't tell me so. Am Shulcha Chosu Mitzvah. What? All times you want to know. If you ate meat and you have like a little bit of a shepherd's foot or a rustic shepherd's foot, okay? You eat meat and you want to say it, you want to break it down, yeah, that's the stuff you eat. So you have what are you going to do for them? Try to be good. You know, I love it. You don't know about it. It's like, but I'm not asking you for reason. So wait, before off the line, your question really is, why is this not a raya? It's a beautiful raya because we thought that the word soda when it comes to wine and zera when it comes to bottle. But here's exactly what we're talking about. Before Rashi, it is, but it doesn't exclude other things. It just give you an example of the topic. However, a zera b'soda is wine and meat. That means the kid is concealing second round. You exercise mucho. You eat a lot of it, huh? You do, I know. They do a lot of times. You do. Yeah, look, you're stolen. There's a lot of different varieties. So let's just, how do you know stealing sugar? Okay. Yeah, for sure. Why not? What is Seder? What are we saying with Seder? Sure. Not a party. It's a test. Now let's ask you a question. What is Seder? What is it? It's literally a translation in Mishnah. What does the word mean? Amar Gdolo, I pray my Zeri Domai. How do you know the Ella? So it's talking about Yoshi. Yain, says Yoshi, Gobel Bach. He went to the hospital for leg. Mishnah Table Abubato, Mishnah Table Hashimoni. So we have a beautiful piece again. Mishnah Beis, Perek Beis. I actually told him that he wants, I told him to get me 300 and 600, and then when he came to sell it, he said, no, 240, not 300. So he went back to the store, and he passed this off as his class. So these are the math. So the Chacham didn't give me a psut. Lechatzki, Nedarim, Lechatzki, they said, he never said it was Zoe, and this is a ride with Chavurushim love in this country for years. Because this is not a few Chavurushim are going to come sit over there. This is a serious case. Anyway, the Rambam says you have to eat it in one shot. You have to put the whole thing in your mouth and eat it. They say, it's not how much you eat, it's how you eat. When you come in your mouth, the flesh and blood is shedding in your mouth like that. That's why you have to be well, going in one direction. You have to eat sheep meat. In other words, don't eat. It has to be the fat in your mouth. It has to be on the downside. It has to be low. Yain is what we used to like super wine. Not like fine wine cheap, not $500 a bottle. Oh, it's not wine. For example, it says Zay Lord the same. Okay, the word Zay Lord is the word Zay, sheep. So it's like a mashmak. Zay is not about the leather. However, the Messiah has to be able to buy. If you are, I'm content. You used to know what's fine. How do you know you need wine? So he asked the Lord to give him. First of all, that was a reason to lie. How about the time it says Yain Kai? Okay, Yain Kai. Only the Rambam already wants the Yain Kai. The stuff is Yain Kai. Any machine in there is just the wrong thing. You're eating disgusting meat that's really raw. How's that going to become addictive? Not the problem. very nice. And you got yain type. What is very nice? It's a little bit like it's a little bit somewhat. So it's very strong. It tastes very good. It's not really bad. It's unbelievable. One, that's the type buckwheat. Also, grill. Really, when you put it on the grill for seconds, it also seasons up with lovely like the Robert way. They use meat that is semi cooked. It's not a lot of fat. It's a nice fat. I haven't said it in a long time. You can put that in the taco. Well, I said yesterday, let me tell you some stories. You tell a whole new story. One, a bowl of ramen, and they divided up the packets. One half, 1 ounce was steel, another half in the behind was cooked at this end of the sink. So when they one time they went out to do steam type, it was so amazing. The guys didn't like it. He said, "I'm only going to put me because you're telling us that millions of we're taking millions of these guys and just make pizza. I'm telling you what's coming. The guys in charge there, one of his sons was studying real estate. He's smarter than me. Got a very big city studies all this. And this some guy when they're doing millions of today, he told them it's not how you start. So they the guys come back and with all the money and they kill all the chefs and everything. And then you put down you submit it as a best prepared, and then you go judging and probing and let's see. If I real chef has to change the mindset. You have to understand that there's too much exposure that this ever happens. There's no way to look at this. Everything is no, there's no survival. This is Rabbi Rothschild. I didn't say John Levy's name. Lama Reggie Monica Value. Otto Botro Maria Botosnani Vite. Somebody told me, he used to talk to me to give us and make wine right out of the someone just sent me a beautiful video also today on how you make wine in Show you start blowing right out of it's fresh. Chaos is internal. That's not wine that you go crazy over and get addicted to and hate it over. So no, some fresh piece of hardware. People are interested. The seed the night before the festival, the seed should be eating fruit, green carbohydrates, and HDL. The seed has meat, we eat our eggs. You shouldn't eat meat and wine, just wine. Moderation is supposed to be limited to 300 people. That's what they should read. If it's salty meat and you should have in a barrel, but we have a time. Was it not considered um, it's me, what is it considered not salty? Was it a canino by Kahana? What much is the Shlomo? Shlomo, not the 2.5 days, 2.5 days. Everything after that is not. Okay? But after that, you know, it's going to turn to spoil. It loses its freshness. You have to do that, Tama. As long as you taste it, though, same thing. It's like the ugly stuff. The Italian line tells you these ingredients. It's so bad. What the cows do when you use wine and convert, it takes so much just to use it. It's so bad, even the simple ingredients. Plus, you have Cleveland, half a mile right down Mediterranean, right? And you want to have something simple. When it comes to pizza, it's all about being happy. See? Eating means he's happy. Because most people come in, you put a tuna fish, so you don't eat before eating. How much you cook it? Over here, we're talking about long term, we're trying to fix him. We're trying to take it to a place you can't because of it. L'chaim to love Risha just because it has a little salt. You want to become addicted to yain on a young age. You have to be at least 40 years old in order to develop an addiction. Hold on. The original yain bolos, we have a discussion about that. Wine is real wine, not a fake milk that was had maybe less than 3 days before it's put in. Wine is real wine in the world. So, most two reasons. Ella, to give the context to the article today is called, terms, the Avelim, the Rishon separation, and Tahor Rishon Yisrael, Bashirema, but we say from Isaac to give wine to the Russia, the Yain, Lamar Nefesh. I say this last year as a public service announcement, and everybody gets scared. They know it's funny, but they laugh, and the wife sees them laughing on camera. Why is not happy? You know why is happy? Yeah, exactly. So, okay, I just I know baby I said my baby and show down, okay? Well, now this is a million and my buck. Where the Yasha, this way in this world, he comes here, but when he gets to Elam Haba, he's here every day. So it's like he left in the game heaven, used it all up in the fire. And now the Kohen Rabba, his face turns white. And Rabbi Omar, after the Yair Yisadon, after the Yair Shafritu Dam, Noivaim, there's a story here, Lokitu, Lohim Bashemesh. A guy drank too much, and the cops came to intervene, and he killed himself on the spot because wine causes some crazy stuff. A nicer example would be drinking and driving. A lot of people die from drinking and driving, and it's caused by wine. But be careful not to kill people. So down the road, well, there's that's a good. I don't even know where it is. So, after Yair Shafitu Dam, the Imam said, "Oh, it happened actually to me." Why try two words there? You have down the road two lots. If you look at the pasuk, it's past tense because you need a two words with a verb, but it's not written with a verb. Supposed to stop. It's not written too late. Zocha not too late. Wine. A few people told me try it. You get a little high, like mamish. Open up. You're learning. You're fast paced. It's mishmash. And here, Zocha not too late. And then they took a single puff and drank. Oh my God. I'm not going to forget that. I know. I've never tried. I want to try. But you don't get me right. Mazacha, not to rush. You come like you strong ice that's strong on the floor. The only one is here. It says in the passage, Nishana. You can only Nishana. Because they sin, it could be a sin. Mazacha, Mechanchay. Mazacha gives you happiness. Why? Mazacha, Mechanchay. Me personally, if I drink, I start crying. I'm mamish. I have to eat. It doesn't. I think I'm drunk all year because it goes to the next step. Now, some people become Meshumar, they become empty. Some people learn Tishma and they're happy. Right? Moreover, Tanya, in the Tanya, wine and this, Bishpanim, possibly opened up my mind. This is Rabbi saying this. He's drinking a little bit, it opened up his mind. That's why when people say you drink Shanim, I'm diabolic. I'm just saying, trust me, you're losing your eternity. You have to open up your mind a little bit. Otherwise, you're doing Shin Diabolic Shamina. My understanding, you need fully, you need, I've heard it say it's a muscle in Hebrew. Otherwise, Oi, what's the muscle in English? No, but how do you say that? Mimina, the other mimina, Tia. Oh, yeah. Mimina, seriously. Mimina, the other mimina, Tia. Mimina, Tia, I'm saying, word, freezing. Mimina, freezing, you know. You're not going to already stated drink more wine. L'chaim not from Minucha. So those who come should check out where's the better wine. So if you know, so I'm demonstrating it. You say for images. If you read this passage from the beginning to end, you're doing well. And if you read it from the end to the beginning, you're doing well. In other words, the passage asks, who cries, who's Zowie? What's the song again? Back to passage? Who has sorrow? Let it drink. Or it's the same. Whoever is in pain, he needs for wine. So this is first of all, what's the word in English? A word that you go, palatable. What's palatable? What? I agree, period. And I just developed a really amazing strategy for doing it and collected 250,000 clean emails in a week, period. The way that I did it, comma, is by going to YouTube and copying people's channels in bulk on topics of interest, period. I then put that information into ChatGPT to provide me with publicly available emails, period. I also asked ChatGPT for the contact pages of those creators, period. I then created an automated robot that scraped all of the contact pages, and I was able to get 250,000 clean emails for cold emailing, working toward warming them and eventually connecting with them directly. Period. It is not a bad strategy if you're looking for a large audience, period. The best is just a newsletter sign up on your website so that people opt in, period.
I love it. So what is your love life actually like when you're out with the women? Nothing right now, isn't it? Nothing right now. Yeah, you're fucking at that chick. But seriously, the last time you were with a woman, you're 26, you're Latino, I mean, you are ready to breed. So let's talk about it. What? You're what? Right? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That's kind of my question. What's going on? Last time you got laid, what happened there? What happened? I don't know. Okay, I know I always know when you're joking because then the room goes completely silent. So when was it? About ballpark? How long? 3 years. Oh shit! You basically are a virgin. If a Latino goes 2 years or more without getting laid, they're pre-virginized. Not a lot of people know that. Good. When's the last time you saw, speaking of virgins, when's the last time you saw a Virgin Mary at like toast or something like that? That happens to your people a lot. You're like, oh shit, God is talking to me. Alright. Maybe toast isn't the right, on your tortilla. Tostada. Tostada. Absolutely. Tostadas, a couple good salads. Alright, community. Here's a little joke book. Thank you. Fun times. Welcome. Here it goes. On to the next one. Here's the one the part. Here you go. It's the noise for your next comedian. CZ, everyone. CZ. Well, more to CZ, everyone.
What's up? Okay, is the minute started? Hi. I grew up in Iraq. I moved to the US in 2017. In my culture, we have a saying, when you want someone to leave and never come back, to throw 7 rocks behind them. Rocks. Rocks. Not balls. Rocks. What? Okay. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, 7, not 8. 7. So the day when I was moving, I turned to my family and said, demolish the house behind me. Rumor has it they found weapon of mass destruction beneath it. Well, no, this is bullshit. I just turned 37. Why the fuck are you laughing? I'm allowed to brag about turning 37. I'm a fucking smart. My mom wants me to settle down and like find a good guy and marry. She doesn't know I live in Austin.
There you go. Easy, everybody. Jesus Christ. No, that's not how it works. Easy. No. The man is talking. I married a woman. No. That's not how the show works. You know better than anybody. I know your fucking father would. Only talk if I ask you a question. Stop talking. Fucking stop. You're gonna ruin this for everybody like you did fucking our economy. You Iraqi fucking people. It's absolutely incredible. There's your happiest joke ever. You couldn't have bombed any harder, but Iraqi people don't really bomb. Turns out like the actual Iraqis. Okay, that's great. Don't talk.
Yes, sir.
Like most Iraqis, you had no weapons of destruction here tonight. Absolutely incredible. You suck at this.
Thank you.
How long have you been attempting? Shh, don't talk unless I ask you a question. You're fucking unbearable. Relax. Only answer questions and answer them honestly. Okay?
Sure.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
3 months.
All here in Austin, Texas. This is where you live?
Yeah.
What do you do for a living?
I work at UT.
UTI?
Is that the only UT you know? You look like it.
Yeah, you look like a having a urinary tract infection.
Like you never been to college.
Okay, very good. Yes, thank you. On your
Never come back, they said.
Can somebody throw a shot? What did you say? CC, you are unbearable. Stop talking. Have you ever seen the show before?
No, only on YouTube shorts.
Right. Okay.
You said that you said honestly, I'm honest.
CC, you are unbearable. Oh my god. What are you doing?
I love with Henry.
Okay, there she goes, CC, everybody. You're the worst. There you go, very good. Never sign up again. You're unbearable. No, no goodbye. No joke book. No nothing. You're the worst. How are you the worst, CC, everybody? Come on. You can be the worst. Alright, you got another bucket here. Anything can happen. Let's see if a good, it seems like the name of a good old American girl, huh? Makes it look for Corinne Aaliyah, everybody. Here we go. Corinne Aaliyah.
Do you guys ever realize that God doesn't answer prayers because he keeps killing all the wrong people? Yeah, I figured that out recently because my dad is still alive. Yeah, I have daddy issues in case you can't tell. He didn't leave or anything. I just fucking hate that guy. You know? But it's okay. It's okay because he still follows me really close on OnlyFans. Yeah, he'll leave comments under my stuff and be like, I miss you, sweetheart. You have your mother's tits. Please return my calls. Love, Dad. You guys, in case you guys didn't know this, women in comedy aren't actually funny. We're not. It's because we aren't having the shit beat out of us anymore, like the good old days. You know? At least the Middle East is doing one fucking thing right. Making women funny again. That's it. Thanks.
Oh yeah, Corinne Aaliyah. That last two would have been a lot harder if that Middle Eastern bitch had even ripped for you. I got the two rooted. That was incredible. Missed one. There's one not getting beat hard enough out there. That was amazing. That was good. Good stuff. Corinne Aaliyah?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Have you been on the show before?
No, I've never been on.
Welcome, welcome. How long have you been on stand-up?
5 months.
5 months. All living here in Austin?
Yes.
So where you're from?
No. I'm originally from Louisiana.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, what's your ethnicity?
I am a weird ethnicity. I'm actually Cajistani. It's a word that my friend coins. I'm actually half Pakistani and I'm half Cajun. Yeah, my mom's family's from Louisiana and my dad's Pakistani.
Wow, sounds hard as fuck. Pretty sure he wants some heck here, Sandy. I was gonna say that food must make you shit something fierce. That is the old shrimp and hummus. There's not much you can do with Pakistani Cajun. It's a hard combo. So your mom is the Pakistani?
No, my dad.
Okay. And you found your white, like Cajun mother? In Louisiana. What does your dad do for a living?
I don't know. I don't talk to him in very years.
How many years?
Like 5.
Really? 5
Yeah.
years? So talk to me about the last time you guys talked. What was the context of that? What was that like?
I don't even remember, to be honest.
That doesn't make any sense. Dad tried to fuck her. Those of you who remember in 7th grade, absolutely moronic sense of humor. A serious front of an interview. So, you said that you wanted your dad to be murdered in your 60 seconds. You're saying that you haven't talked to him in years, but you don't remember any of the trauma that he instilled upon you exactly?
Oh, he definitely did traumatize me as a child. No, just like when I was growing up, just emotionally just ignored me and was absent.
He's just a dad.
Yeah.
Okay. How long lived in Austin?
I moved here at the end of January.
And how's it going for you? How do you like it?
I really like it out here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you like to do? What do you do for fun?
I fight.
Fight?
I do Muay Thai.
Oh, shit. Okay. There goes Red Man's chances of a successful read. Alright.
Hell yeah.
Wow, you do Muay Thai. He does more Thai food than anybody else. Pad Thai. It's the only kind. Alright. Okay. Very fun, Corinne. So, what else is going on? Other than Muay Thai, what else do you do for fun?
I'm pretty much.
When a girl like Corinne wants to let her hair down, that sweet, sweet, young Howard Stern hair that you have,
Yeah.
how do you do it?
Yeah, I look like Borat if you're a trans.
Hell yeah. Alright. But what else? When you want to get crazy, like what's a wild night for Corinne Aaliyah?
I don't know. I don't go out. I don't drink or party or anything like that like everyone else. So.
Your dad told you better not.
Exactly. Precisely.
Alright. Are you dating somebody?
I am.
Okay. What does he do?
He's around. He's
Oh my god, is it Michael Gonzalez? Holy shit. God, he seems to be close, Red Man. Okay. So that's off limits, it seems.
It's still pretty new. So.
Okay. You've seen the show before, but also I think it's an interesting thing that you can talk about right now that before we let you go.
Yeah, something really interesting on it.
Or anything that's ever happened in your life.
Yeah.
Almost died or somebody's life.
Yeah, I actually lost my virginity to a pedophile.
Amazing. Great.
Yeah. Oh my dad. Oh my dad. No.
Okay, this is great. This is exactly the type of interview I love. Things just took a turn. So, when you say you lost your virginity to a pedophile, what do you mean exactly?
He was my church pastor at the time.
Wow. How old were you?
16 and going 17. Hell yeah.
How old was he?
He was at least in his 30s.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God. It just took another turn. A lot of these interviews are like hero to villain to fucking. Okay, that's kind of depressing. Is he in jail now?
He did go to jail. He got out. I don't know what. I have no clue what happened to him after.
Yeah, usually it's a Catholic church.
Surprisingly, no. Non-denominational.
Back on my stand-up tour at the end of January, hitting all the spots that I didn't hit on the fully grown tour before this. Vancouver, Portland, and Seattle. You're next. January 25th, 26th, and 27th. And then Los Angeles, California. I do stand-up. Denver, Colorado. Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Boston, Baltimore, Salt Lake City, San Jose, Dallas, Houston, St. Louis, Nashville, Fort Lauderdale, and Orlando. I'm so pumped for these upcoming dates. Really excited for you to see it. Taking some of my favorite openers with me. You may recognize some of the big tickets now until we get you a bill. So it's going to be my last stretch of the stand-up tour for the rest of 2020. So, those are performing in Austin. Those of you that are here, so good to see you soon.
Sometimes tell people that I was never born. I have been present through all of what has been and what will be.
I agree. However,
See, I came into
relevant to them,
existence before the
there's
earth
a
and
very high
stars, and I
likelihood
will
they
be
will
here
in the future.
on the
Period.
day they come, because I am ageless. But yet old enough to fuck your mother.
Essentially, if they're interested in organic, which generally they all are because you have been to their YouTube channel and their website, and you send them an opportunity to join your newsletter on a different account,
Did not even get to the most interesting thing about it. Stop playing music. They accused me of reading the Pledge of Allegiance on the Capitol steps on January 6th. Were you there? I cannot confirm or deny. Where are you sleeping tonight? Okay. Do you know where you're going to park your car? We're not going to find a spot, I guess. Being raised by a sweet Jewish single mom, I can't let you sleep in your fucking car. I know to get you a hotel for 3 nights here, also, right? Oh my god! Wow, awesome, man. Crush that job interview on Wednesday. Don't you fucking jerk out with the La Quinta Lobby. November 18th, I'm doing a celebrity theater in Phoenix, Arizona. November 18th. It's one of the biggest theaters in your hometown. Would you like to do a guest spot on that show? I'm going on tour in October to Florida to do 6 days. You want to hold it for me? First of all, what the fuck? I've seen on YouTube 1,000 times. But in person, I'm fucking real. It's such a crazy stuff. It's almost like you know it's really not scripted, but it feels like it because it gets so fucking out of hand at times. Like there's no way this wasn't rehearsed. I'll tell you how much it every week it happens. Twice the Mask, he is so sharp. He's so sharp. He's so good at being a host of one of those shows.
as you could expect. There was no way I was missing Kill Tony Lab in a motherfucking arena. Now please, join me in this. Not only encouraged, is it expected that you help me sing the greatest song for the greatest country on earth? Don't let me down. Are y'all ready, Austin? I still got music here. There we go. Thank you, Miss Gear. I'm already too high to be singing such an important song, so you're gonna have to help me out. Even the best fucking night of their lives tonight. Austin, I think you can do a little fucking better than that. Who's ready for the best fucking night? Title belt in addition on this show. And Tuesday, July 26th, I think this was a huge decision. Why not just have it shipped to your iPhone network? Better than my iPhone, at least. But yeah, that is it. I think it's better safe it's now since July 14th.
Most because you may want to have a bunch of items to kind of get you ready by look for a choice. But this picture is 2 years old, so that's no problem. That takes 9 months. You will take what 9 months. And the other thing is that especially you're looking let me tell you an interesting thing, and then later on it's going to sound interesting later. But listen now, one of the worst failures is the father. He said it would have been good. Yeah, but when they tell you you got it, that's all you see. He probably didn't really so too. The only reason I think about his dad now is his dad, he had his second time, so we could think he had, he would have had his issues with him now, you know? I know. It takes more than 3 months to get to that point. But anyway, it's 60 days. And women can be pregnant later. Everybody understands whatever you like. Stay for those 60 days. When you're pregnant later, it's a 3-month window. That's it. So later, well, if you didn't have a child, so you stay through the 9 months, great. That's the window. Then you stay through the 3 months. That's the 9 months. Anyway, so Rabbi Rothschild, this is what happened, right, David? That his wife, whatever became pregnant with his 12 months, that's 12 years, that's 5, I'm sure that better. Yeah, 12 years and 5 months, plus 9 months of pregnancy, yeah, now they had a baby in 17 and 18 months. It's all in the window, not taking the 3 months. Very big window. But I want very important that the advocate of the baby, father of the child, the baby gets crushed. He's exposed by natural selection. But that's all the time. Try it. If you're able to try these others. If you can hold it, anyway, that's not important. Try this out. One, later, I have a bunch of items to find. Grab one, two, three. Really take 3 months every time. Go back every day. Yeah, keep thinking. If you're able to go to that, if you like, you can be the first one to go back and you have any problem. Anyway, be patient for 3 months. We want to say, hey, after 9 months now, who is excited? To get 60 days, and now it's right around the time of the window. I haven't stopped. Ever. From now on. Not ever. So there you go. Maybe, and then when maybe the first one, yeah, who has any problem? If you're ready, another one else for you. Anyway, when his wife is showing, then you have a problem. Yeah, you say, oh, potato for him. You tell the 12-year-old, look, be patient. It's okay. It's okay, son. It's 13. Hang on. Hang on. It's just this. It's potato. And then tell me have a father. Now, once you call a father, you can't pull it. So he may do that. And the thing is, 3 months. Like I said, you can't say anything. But anyway, with this picture of 3 months, hey, God is 3 months, it's a yes. It's a yes. So anyway, it's a 3 months yes. That's all he said. Application is due. Super. Home on YouTube.
Spoiler alert, the construction is not over. But I know. But hey, look, we'll get through this. And it is kind of funny that they're talking. They're having kind of a podcast out there because they're talking about it. Jordan just mentioned that they're talking about Ebola. I heard Ebola. Maybe that's a nickname. Dude, I love the construction work on my apartment. It have been pretty good. I work a couple years. That's just the nice thing. Weird. It's not yet. The guys outside, they're doing construction on some stairs. And every time, dude, it's a fucking death trap. When I'm show up to my apartment, when I'm leaving my apartment, they still want to fucking talk to me. I don't know if that's, being ridiculous, being upset about that. So it's like, alright, I don't want to talk to you. It's definitely annoying. Like a little bit, because then it becomes like, if I want to freak out, then I'm like, I don't want to fucking talk to you. Like that. So like, why are you asking me what the fuck I'm doing right now? I don't give a fuck. No, or no, you know? And then next time I see them, they're gonna like cheat on me, like, what's going on? You know what I mean? That's these kind of people. They don't understand like social cues. And a couple of things they fucking construction workers are appropriate on. It's very much like having a roommate almost, because you can't walk out. You know that feeling when you walk into your kitchen and someone else is there and you're just like, just snap you right in the back. Good night, clean up, so I can make my cheese. It's okay, well, we'll get into that later. I'm a huge Manchester City fan now. But dude, how funny would it be if I like secretly that way I was like, oh, John, say hey, what's up, John? Like, say random thing, or things that really piss you off, like you speak Spanish. I have to ask you, what are them things? There's the last time I walked out, I had my headphones in, and I was walking around the corner, and I could hear you talking at me. I'm the guy, right? He won't let me fucking leave unless I respond. He's like, he keeps going, he keeps going, and going, and going. I'm pulling my headphones, like, what's up? And he's like, nothing. I'm like, alright, what the fuck? Even when I give him like the time of day, he doesn't want to say anything. Fucking annoying. They're fucking amazing, dude. You can't let them win. That's why I always tell people, like, when Manchester City is playing like Man United or Arsenal or whatever, I'm like, you can't let them win. Arsenal, team. What are the teams? Arsenal, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I got you. I was Manchester United. That's what I was saying. We're Manchester United, like, we win. And we play real good. And we are the best in the league. And anyways, but what if you saw them and they were all laughing like in the corner, and you're trying to walk away and be like, hey, what? And they go, and they're watching. When you understand that, you turn around and like, do you guys see this? It's Martin Meany. What's his name? Is that it? Martin Meany's like doing like crowd work. He's like, dude, this. Stand up. As they're doing crowd work on you, they're like, what are you doing? It's just it's pretty, that sucks ass. I'm not taking it anyway, right? You're right. This is actually, you know what? This is a big moment for this podcast. This is the first time you've ever been right. That's not true. Also, am I wrong in thinking that construction workers need to have some sort of fucking, like, what's it called? Code of ethics? Like, you don't talk to people that walk around all the time. They fucking catcall chicks and stuff like that. That's weird. Yeah, I feel like that shit. I mean, yeah, maybe, I don't know if there should be a rule of silence, but if not, there should be a rule against like every second, every time you're outside. Yeah, that's cool too. But that would be funny if they had some sort of like ninja code of silence. They like were like, oh, like, that would be fucking amazing, bro. If they start bowing me and never walk by and don't say shit, that's what I want, dude. That would be amazing. They're like building like the pyramids out there. It's some sort of insane work ethic that it's all quick and perfect. I don't think that the person that owns this building would hire workers like that, because you can't even, the guy comes in and he looks at the bathroom, he's like, what's it good? And then just water working out, this shit was noise, did they fix that? No! So anyways, this was last year, and then so I'm looking for them, oh, for sure, we'll be there tomorrow. And it's kind of annoying, yeah. So it's like a big problem. And I understand you would come tomorrow, but saying it like, oh, we'll be there tomorrow. It's a whole day. Oh, no. And so, as a material, oh, tomorrow, perfect. Yeah, and then, and so he was like, we'll be there tomorrow. And then, yeah, at 10 a.m., right? And so they come at 10 a.m., and it takes me 10:30 to see the job done. I called him, I was like, are you fucking like, man, you're on my fucking walls now? Yeah. Like, oh yeah. I'm like, yeah, the job's not done. What do you mean my job is done? Like, you have put the wall back. Yeah, and then he's like, we're going to be there in like 4 to 5 days. Oh, no, 3 or 4 days. And it's been 5 or 6 days now. Right? This is last week or 6 days. This Wednesday. And it's fucking, still just nobody comes in here at all.
That's the thing that I've been whining about for years. The construction here in Los Angeles, their excuses and absurdities for what they're willing to, or what they think is good work. I'm alright, I've probably told this story a few times, but when I lived in that house in West LA, and they came in to fix the sink, and they knocked out the bottom of the sink, so it's completely open, and then they just left. So there's an open thing under the sink. So I didn't even know this, but I'm standing in the kitchen, and I see this rat, this giant rat, walk through the opening that they left. It's one of my roommates. Like lives there. The rat like walks in slowly, looks at me like, "Hey, what's up? I'm gonna head to my room." Oh, yeah, good to see you, rat. Cool, we haven't changed. We didn't change this rat, and like with a fucking pan, and I called the landlord, and I was like, "There's just an open space in the fucking kitchen. Like any animal could walk in." He said, "Oh my god, I can't believe they did that." Yeah, me neither. Who are you hiring to do this work? Who's like knocks out a hole in the wall and then's like, all right, we'll be back, or I think we're good. There's a hole in the wall. What the fuck? Are you serious? Even I know that's not like what you do. A hole that had like a little like plastic sheeting thing over it. I'm like, bro, that's not a wall. You need a structure of some kind. There's like a hole. And now your bathroom has almost exactly that. It's also the worst place. Because like I'm vulnerable too. I take shits. When I'm taking a shit, I am vulnerable. Because there's a fucking open wall now. And so like whatever goes to fucking flash or whatever the fuck. And sort of like horrible plot that wants to take place in my restroom right now is not good for you more. It's not like me being a slasher. It's like me getting fucked by a ghost. You know, or by some sort of different what's it called, dimension. Like that's an opening in like a portal that is a third dimension for us. Like how I see space and time. That fucking hole in my bathroom does not exist in my world. Dude, the spiders are probably like check me. They see that one like that's not Shaq. What's up? Or whatever. It's just another black man. I didn't check your reviews. It's not Shaq. I take that back. So stupid. It's right. I think their Shaq's been on that before. Maybe I think Shaq. I don't know. Might be. That's actually like the commercials. They found that they're starting to do that. Let's do movies in the construction. You like look at the camera, dude, and it's like like the flue, or not the flue, look outside. It's like the flueless hammer. They're just like it's a tiny hammer. They go, they do small, super small nails, so it takes longer. And they're just like. Also, the job does not look that complicated. It just looks like it's a great big job. You know, you think they're building stairs. No, yeah, it's great. They're not building stairs. They're putting wood on top of the stairs. You know, it's just like that one section right there. And people are wondering, like, oh, here's the show. What they're doing is always interesting. I'll be the first person to have anything about that, but I'll be the first person to say they talk about it. So yeah, that's true. They're always out there doing this thing. If they want to focus on what they call the job, they keep putting it out into the discussions and the probably lost. I mean, if they ran it like we run this podcast, it would have been done 5 years ago. It would have been 7 days a week. Yeah. Yeah. It would be a thing I walked through yesterday. It took me 6 months. Yeah, we forgot. Truly great work takes 6 months, no matter what it is. It could be a podcast, it could be stairs in an apartment complex, it could be a church. Any of those things. It's like 6 to 7 months, and you got something maybe for 2 weeks. I'm looking at Fat Gosh. It's just sad that we recorded one of the greatest episodes of all time, and we're going to do a second
Akash, and we're gonna do it again because I don't remember anything we said. Look at that! Oh my god, that's the one right there. So, Fat Akash, I think Too Lazy had something about this. How he's not looking good. Somebody had a video about Fat Akash. The internet's blowing up. But Akash is not doing well since he left the flavored pie. We've noticed that as people have talked about it, I happen to stumble upon a clip online of him in a Hawaiian shirt. I'm not quite sure where he is. It could be in Hawaii, but some tropical destination. He's looking for more fellas. He's out there on the fellas tour. That's what he's showing. He just looks fucked up, man. He's like eating alcoholic fruit out of a bowl or something, maybe. Like some sort of drink fruit thing. He looks like he's drunk, insane, San Jose Jack Johnson. I'm not talking about my wife, fucking San Jose Jack Johnson. You ever see me live with the Alma being the orphan ones? He's crying. He's fat, and he looks disheveled and hungover, and shirt's not fitting, shorts are big. Because it's not even that he's fat, really, it's just that he doesn't normally look like this. You know, like me and Drew, lose weight, we gain weight, but we pretty much look the same. And this is Akash was like a skinny guy, usually clear-eyed, never funny, but at least clear-eyed, you know? But his eyes, what's wrong with this guy? It looks like he was stung by a bee, and the bee had alcohol in it. Yeah. He doesn't look well. I'm worried about it. Granted, the Flavor Podcast is the worst piece of trash of all time, but he has no talent outside of that. And he gave up this really successful podcast to do what this. You know, the crowd work clips about how, like, brown parents are different than white parents. Of course, you need to drink that after you have a good job. It looks like a good beer right there. Explaining to your wife why the kids have like injuries. Or the way there was a house fire. Look, the flu, I forgot to show you. Okay. The flu. You know, like the thing where I don't really know if flu has something to do with what's the fire thing that's the thing where you put wood into in your house? Fireplace. It's like the flu or you shut it or something like that. It's the Manchester United. The city, dude. Down there, Manchester by the sea. Oh, they're like, I know, because, dude, that was a big deal. Come on, man. I'm a Manchester City fan. Sit down, everybody. I think it starts in honestly. I'm a Manchester City fan. I need more soccer in my life. That's so funny. But this is a great movie. I'm hoping NBA expands into a team called Big Boy. I want Big Boy to be Austin Big Boy. Big Boy should be a soccer team. It's a soccer. I guess they don't wear jerseys like that. You're right. The Austin Big Boy, dude. Well, what do you think is going on with him? You think he's just like a drunk fat alcoholic now? Okay, I think he sucks ass. I fucking hate Akash. Yeah. I went to a death cafe this last week. Also, just so you know, the fucking American worker now. And I reset the system, so what's it called? I keep it taken. And the officers all locked up. That's facts. Yeah. But you're the guy, you're one of the best. So you're like, putting your rib up. So. So I went to the death cafe. This place. Yeah. So you better watch out. Deep in your brain right now. I'm like, oh, I'm working for you. Okay. Thank God someone has to. Yeah. What's it called? So Die Die. I've been listening to Die Die. I'll sing a song. So I went to the death cafe, and it was very like share what they have to get their experiences with grief, this and that. So it was really cool to listen. This is the saddest story of all time. That's what she was saying. Yeah, she didn't say what I said, but she said the saddest story of all time. Subtext. And then, we just have a discussion. People can ask questions and stuff. It's kind of like, popcorn type shit. And then, so this one lady's like, can I ask you a question? She's like, yeah, sure. This is the worst story ever here, right? And then, it's like her son died before the hospital type stuff like this. And the lady's like, have you ever thought about, like, going or, like, seeing your son in some sort of reality or whatever? And the lady's like, yeah, but I have to kind of, like, be in reality. I can't just go and same thing to my, like, I have an imaginary son, basically. And then the lady, the second one I had started discussing, she goes, I'm going to stop you right there. I'm looking at you, I can't really do that because I can't be in a fake reality. I'm going to stop you right there. You totally can. And then, like, overpowers this lady and starts, like, talking down on her and telling her to do this thing. And the lady found out, she's like, alright, you got me. You're a construction worker outside of my apartment right now. You really don't want to talk to me. And the other thing, they're like, whatever, trying to get her to stop. She won't stop talking. And she keeps going and going. And now other people are like, eventually like cracking at the scenes and like, you can't do that. You can't get like, and she's talking about like, artists do it all the time. Like, artists do it in fake reality because they bring back dead people and like, whatever. Because they forget their work. And it's like, that gives me selfish because really, I don't want to think it. I want to see what fucking did something. However, she was fucking. And I was quiet. I was everybody disagreeing with the second lady? Or was anybody agreeing? A couple of people were agreeing with the second lady. So I was like, oh, like, was everybody agreeing? I was the only Mexican person in there. It's like everyone was like, yes. Oh, yeah. Like, not a single white person. Not once. No, I think there was like a couple things. But they were more, they were more Latinas than Latinos. I see you. I didn't expect it to, but what's it called? Sports soccer. Still good basketball. Still more white than black. That's the fucking. That fucking cool. Yeah, but it was a weird thing. People, so like, that lady was like sitting in the chair, and the whole crowd's like, and then it keeps going around, and this let's call it the Italian thing, the one that said that you should live in a fake reality. I'm gonna stop you right there. She said that verbatim. I'm gonna stop you right there. That has nothing. She spoke for like the discussion part for the next 5 people. Keep on, I'm like percent. And then the mention moderator lady was like, hey, so we're not gonna do this every time somebody talks to you. Wow, she said that to the lady? Yeah. Because about 3 people away from me, this lady was like, my mom and my mother-in-law, they're living in their own life. Like that. Wow. Yeah. And then she goes on and on about this great thing, story, whatever. And then, like, the lady fucking said something to her, and eventually that girl was just like, yeah, what you're saying is fucking ridiculous. And like, dude, it's like a sketch show. Like, you're talking with just like a fat Italian woman. I mean, that would be a hilarious prank. Just like every story, be like, nah, like say something crazy. But I'm curious now, the mother and the stepmother, that the person that said that story, what did the Italian lady say to them? Did they also do a reality thing? I can't remember how it began because I wasn't really interested in what she said. But I can tell you like what happened during it, which is that she kept saying like, whenever some people do that, like in their life thing, she was saying, oh, and then the lady was like, I'm gonna stop you right there. She didn't say that, but she should have. But she was like, don't say that. Don't say it. It word. Because it's like a bad reputation. People come in for it. They don't, and it's like die by. So you can't say that. I guess not. Whatever. I don't have any stories about that to share, so I'm not gonna be saying. Yeah, interesting. I wouldn't know. I wondered. It seems kind of random that would be that. It's just not a bad conversation. It's not random. People say that word all the time, like referencing their own life. It's like it brings negative vibes Vibes are off. Interesting. It's funny that the one lady is acting all crazy, and she doesn't get talked to until the end, but the lady that gets come in, like, whoa, 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 come on. Wow, I mean, what are we doing here? No, that's the Italian lady was the one who said come in. So the other lady didn't even say come in. No, she was happy to her. Wow. And I was like, dude, I was in the corner of the room just fucking hopping off the lotus flower. I always have to have lotus. I go to meetings, I have lotus just so I don't know what happened. Like, yeah, I'm just like, if it goes wrong, I'm still high on lotus. You're at Man City Games. Pop the lotus flower. I'm on that. I'm like, what do you mean you're on the lotus? Like, guys selling lotus flowers. Okay, so I mean, if I would never do this, but I knew it would be funny to be there and like tell a story, and I'm like, have you ever watched Reddit, Reddit Shop, like just to fuck with them. But so when you tell me to speak, like it was her turn, it's just like when she was told to stop, she did kind of stop, so I kind of appreciated that. But when it was her turn to speak, she kept referencing her podcast. Like, I got a podcast, this and that, whatever it is you're talking about. And then she was done, and the moderator was like, well, what was your podcast today? And it's like, bitches about whatever the name of the podcast was. And then she goes, but I haven't done it in years. And I started laughing so hard in my head. I was like, oh my god, that's real. I wish I would have been like, I have a podcast. And then ask me, what was it about? And go, it's a shot. It's about a Brendan shot. You always have to preface it like he's friends with Joe Rogan and one night he oh, good makes fun of him. I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge fan. So, Death Cafe, is the idea that you talk about somebody that died? Yeah, no, I told you what the idea was at the beginning, but like, I don't understand. Your conception of death, if you want to talk about that, I mean, like, what do you think happens when we die? It's about death. It's not about like people, individuals, or whatever. You can talk about your own fucking people that died in your life. Because the reason I asked, I went to once, and I'm like an expert. Hey, well, I mean, you went there. You're the only person I've never even heard of. But you said at the beginning, but everybody that you said a story just talked about someone like that. Right. So what did you talk about? I mean, just like my grandpa. Obviously, you also talked. So did everybody just talk about someone that died? What the fuck? No. But those two people, yeah, that's hardcore. Also, both those people that I talked about somebody that died, it's a hardcore situation. You know? My son never went to hospital. My mom and my fucking mother-in-law. Dude, when you said your thing that the woman on the side of the virtual reality, no. I was very concise. Like, I did not want to talk. So I was just like, yeah, so my grandpa, like, fucking died. And, like, he was cool. Like, he said, it was cool. Like, because he was, like, really smart. Because, you know, when he spoke, like, he sounded fucking stupid. But, like, he was really smart. So she didn't say anything to you? No. They said, you know what grandma was. That's investigation. How did you hear about this? It's just death cold. I keep saying that too. That'd be funny. Like, thanks. I'm going to see you next week at the death call. The Death Society outside. I hope you Death Cafe. Yeah, I would send them to them. No, it's, I heard, a friend of mine told me. And what made you go? I mean, I just wanted to go. It's like interesting. The place that they have it, and what you said where they had it, where was it? The Philosophical Society. Oh, I feel like I'm talking to my grandpa right now. We're on a porch. We're on a porch. Oh, tell me everything you said. What did he say about me? You fucking liar. He thinks you said bad shit. He's speaking to but no, I'm curious. It's like it's so random. So people get together, they talk about death. Where would you? Is the Philosophical Society a building? Death cafes are from. It's not a part. A ton of it's from the building. So right, so different cafes all over the place. I don't. I literally went to one so far. Was it a cafe? It's a philosophical society. I don't know. I don't know what that means. It's just like a bar. Is Philosophical Society. Yeah. Okay, so that's where you did this cafe. Do they have food and drinks and stuff? Man, that is confusing as hell. Well, like, because what I'm asking you is like to describe where you were. So, like, if I, in my mind, I'm like Death Cafe. I thought maybe it was like they, you know how AA meetings, like AA meetings go to random spots that are cafes. So is it like that, or there's a building called the Philosophical Society. You go there into a room. They call it a Death Cafe. There's no food or drinks, and people talk about death. Is that what it is? Right. It's more so than like where people can meetings are over. Okay, yeah. So to me, that's kind of funny. Death Cafe is like like some ABD. Alcoholics Anonymous is Death Cafe. That's where cafe is. It's just like Death Cafe. It's cool for the way yeah. So that means that like in the business, you might walk in and there's a bunch of people and they're just like talking about death, kind of like where they hear. I've always thought that's funny. Like, hey, you sort of hear it, where you're like, talking about. Except it would be much weirder if somebody was just like in a group and they're having so like it's almost like a support group and they're just talking about death. I've never heard of that. The person who suggested it to you and then he agreed to it. I don't know. Just like the podcast, you guys. All right. No, I mean that's just like yeah. They always what? I just thought it was funny because they would talk about it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean that is crazy. But the lady that's like, no, virtual reality, like she's selling something. Maybe she's like, maybe she just goes to death cafes because she has some sort of product about like her. Maybe she's like a guru of psychology, and she's like, the way to do it is just to have an imaginary friend. And she didn't have like therapist. She's just a robot therapist. And she was saying, no, one plus one more time. It's fucking insane. I wonder if she's. It would be funnier if that was her first time going. Like she'd never been anywhere before. But I think you might have been. That's really. So she's just a crazy yes. Let me stop you right there. It's a really funny thing to say to somebody who's just said that they're like, someone they love died. Yeah, she's like, literally, it's like, I want to leave reality. She goes, let me stop you right there. Well, here's my devil's assistant. There's a part of me that understands. I think what she even I was I have no idea what she's trying to do. Because like, all right, I didn't hear the story, but is the woman is saying that she had like a baby and it died at birth, right? Okay, so and then the other person makes a suggestion to Tally and goes like, well, have you ever thought about like maybe you could see them in a different reality or like envision them as an adult or whatever kind of thing, which I sort of understand. Because sometimes people have this like I've read short stories and books about people and like they have that happen to them and then they like think about the child in a different place or heaven or whatever. So I get that. And then when the lady goes, well, I have to live in reality, to me that's a little bit of a weird response, but I understand what they're coming from too. They're kind of like, what? Virtual reality, how does really happen to me? And then you kind of agree. But the second woman is not saying that to be like, so what? They fucking died, bitch. Like, just make it up. There's another person. So, but then when you go, let me stop you right there. I think what she's doing is being like, no, I'm trying to tell you like how to, be happy or like a way to like vision is different. But it's so crazy to say like that. So I get both people. Let me stop you right there. That's for me like, you were going on about me saying like, let me stop you right there. I'm too big a fan. Like, let me stop you right there. You don't even know what you're talking about. Like, that's me. Let me stop you right there. Yeah. This is not an episode of Friends where it's like, let me stop you right there. You have no idea what you just did right now. There's no like, it's just like a weird, I watched TV show type shit. Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, because you're saying that, and it just shows a lack of like social media. Yeah, social awareness. Yeah. You're referencing like you're fucking. 10-day-old son. Like, that's what you want to be right there for. Let me stop you right there when it comes to person. You know? It did cause like an uproar. People told me like, everyone heard her say that. And so everyone in the room was like, and you see the girl with like she's like staring off in his face like while everyone's fighting. It's like, alright. How many people agree with the crazy lady? Nobody. Not a single person. One person. I wonder why. You know what's funny is one person did, and I saw her, and I was like, in my head, when I saw, because like, I have my own perspective of the whole situation. The lady's like 3 seats down from me, and there's a lady like that would be 3 more seats down from her, and I saw that girl go. I was like, in my head when I saw her, I was like, why are you doing that? And then more people spoke out. So I was like, oh, it's not. And then I looked at the girl and I clapped her. I looked at her and I go like, are we going to clap still? Or she's got like tons of men very fast. She's Dexter. She kills people and then she like makes them like that. That's funny because she did actually work in well, of course, that's funny. Those are the main people that go to them. I was trying to tell my girlfriend that, like, fuck, people that kill each other are serial killers in this video. Like, oh, wow. And she was kind of like, no, like, how am I wrong? Please tell me how I'm wrong. Let me stop you right there. That's funny. You're trying to get her killed. That would be funny. You go to those things looking for a murderer. You try and like suss them out with your stories. You're like, yeah, so death is crazy. What? Yeah. Have you guys ever? Has anyone here ever also thought about doing something? Bring it real specific. Like there's this family murders like I just really want to meet the person that's doing it. I want to turn them in. I like, I mean, either they're kind of like a god, and they look maybe like a dog is telling them what to do. Like they're routine. Fathom murders. Yeah, I would be good at it. Not like, yeah, I'm good at it. Stop you right there. Oh yeah, that perfect. See, that's what you do. You say something about murder that's obviously false, so you get them out. They're like, "What? No, you have to use a knife." You got it. Yeah, all right. We're good here. It's he's the one that's been doing it. It's murders. Oh man. What did you want to talk about here? I kind of wanted to look up and see if there's any news on the San Francisco even worse Tom Segura. I want to see what's hot off the presses. Got here, he said, that's what Steve posted. I'll see if I got divorced. I did do that. I was like, you think I fucking know that? I thought you would. You drive around all day listening to all these stupid ass podcasts and then you fucking do your job. These stupid, dumbass things that you listen to. No, I mean, when I was thinking about Witness, like, I was thinking two comedians, straight comedians, they're married, right? And if they get divorced and they have kids, who gets custody of kids? And if it's the woman, or sorry, if it's the man, what does that say about the woman? If they're comedians. Well, I don't know. It was, I mean, Akash does with the kids. Akash and Jesse, they had kids, and they got divorced. They need to send those kids. Well, certainly Akash doesn't eat yes. He wouldn't definitely not, because you can just look at that video, the latest video of Akash. That doesn't look like someone who can effectively raise children. He's got like a bowl of fruit in his hand. One of these days, there's going to be instructions on our podcast, so we're not just doing this. Yeah, that was where I was like, it was funny the first time. That's going to just horrible. But I guess it actually might still be funny. We've heard rumor that they don't do this on Mondays. Because I missed the whole but you had to go to the hospital, man, twice, 2 Mondays in a row. Yeah, I had to get my spleen. I told you I was going to make a song for when you go to the hospital so I can replace the intro song of this podcast. This intros are good. And I didn't expect you to go to the hospital since I texted you that. Remember I texted you about the song? Oh yeah, I texted you saying that I was gonna make a song for the podcast, change the intro song every time we mention the hospital or the doctor. And I'll choose something. That's a great idea. Since that happened, you've gone to the hospital, I believe, 4 times. I've lost count. It could be 6. Yeah. It could honestly it could be every fucking week since I've seen it. I got my spleen removed, got the index down to here, hurt my neck, the rest of everything, and I hurt my neck. And then I hurt my hamstring a week in the race, right? And I also got some injections all around the teeth. I'm going to get my lip fixed. Did you get TRT? I've always been on TRT. I'm on a lot of peptides. Yeah. So I go to Kaiser and I go, are these peptides safe? And they say no. I go, I want to talk to your manager. And then while they're going to the manager, take the day you take peptides. I don't know. I've never really been a peptide guy, so I don't know the facts of peptides. That's a good. I like that you said the passing out for when comedians divorce. It's the kids. Because here's what I'm thinking, woman or man. The woman normally gets the children, unless she's like really rude. But do you think if a woman doesn't get the children, does that mean that she's like very funny because she's doing crazy shit, or she's just like, could there be a scenario, maybe not like how Kristen is just not very funny, where she doesn't get the kids because the judge watches their stand up and he's like, well, that's like very unfunny, so I'm gonna give it to Tom. I'm not gonna lie, when you ask questions sometimes, it's fucking draining, dude. Like, I know that I'm not gonna have to respond to what you're saying, but then you keep pausing. You're like, look at it. I'm like, wait, I'm not gonna get no question mark yet. You're still finishing the statement. It's somewhat of a question. And you keep going until I'm like, wait. And you somehow, in the middle of that question, change the question at the very end. Alright, here's another question. One more question. I think it's funny that in court, if you were to take your wife to court and you had a podcast together, you have to watch your own podcast in court together. Yeah, they would. I mean, how much of your part did they show? Oh man, they're going. So like the girl has a podcast and I have a podcast, or the man has a podcast. You're fully aware that Tom Segura used to keep a podcast. Yes. And then they watch it and based off that they decide to get some kids. Oh yeah, it's something like I think that has a podcast with his girlfriend on right? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, dude. If that happens, if they get divorced, they gotta show the foosball. She has a foosball podcast, remember? We watched that. It's like her with Canadians and they play foosball. I mean, that was so funny. You get to watch like other people's podcasts because you were a guest on there and like with some sort of evidence, like this is what you're thinking. I'm like, that's probably already happened. I didn't realize that because so many people have podcasts that probably in court they go like, well, here's what they said on a podcast. Now, would you trust them now? Which I think is redacted in real life, but very funny. Yeah. It's like what you're gonna judge people based off of a podcast they do. Do you think that what me and Gerardo would say at 10 minutes a shot is what we actually think it is? It's 100%. I love it. Yeah, I mean, that is so funny. My wife should have texted me on my podcast in court. I'm like, it's only 10 minutes of Brandon Chuck. It's 10 minutes long. What can we possibly do? Like, judge is like, okay, at some point you have to stop the bit. What bit? Pretty mean. And then the lawyer's like, okay, what is the next episode? Like 100, 200 and something on the trial. The reference episode 203, where there is construction happening in the background. Like the episode is just dying on it. Oh man, but that proves that my client is gay as shit. I think they should have the podcast going and then the horse hearing or whatever, and then I guess the judge decides what goes in. But what does this say? I can't believe they actually have the answer. Yeah, courts decide. Yeah, okay. I think usually the woman gets the kids, or at least that's what they say. It's like, hey, your questions are becoming more and more frequent. Why do you say that? Like, what does that say? That's funny. That's good. My next question was going to be, what's more annoying? What's more annoying? My questions or the instruction? There's some days where I wake up later than you. And you ask me questions, and I'm like, bro, let it stop. Let it stop. Because I fully understand what you're doing here. It's a podcast. What's funny is like that is the first thing I asked when I got here was, has there been any news on the Christina Pazitsky and Tom Segura divorce? That was a question. The first thing you're asking me was, has she posted to the divorce? Yeah. Which I blame the team for you not knowing. Because the team should have let you know. And they didn't. I could have sworn she posted. I am actually curious to hear what she has to say about this. Because I'd always just kind of assumed that she's not funny. But I've seen some clips of her being funny. So, what's this? Yes, public digital media, quick podcast recording interviews or public audio segments made by Israelis can be requested, subpoenaed, or used as evidence during discovery if it contains additional relevant facts while it talks about divorce. What I said. You said this. What kind of would divorce discriminate? That's another question. What did I say? Most top 10 most disturbing questions that is asked. What is the podcast about? Number one is just a long question. The never-ending question. That'd be my Mr. Peach video. A question that just doesn't end. People are taking notes trying to figure out how to answer it. Like timers in the corner of the room. It's kind of this like a math equation. Like you're in Weinstein, you use the board and you start writing. Let me ask you a question. So when you go to the doctor, you know how the doctors are, they come out to you and they're like, hey, cheese, excellent. Are you like scared? But the doctor's also blind, and he's also an atheist. Oh shit, you might be screaming. Oh no, okay, so this is a question for you. It is. I was just going on the question there, sorry. No, okay, well I'll answer that question. I'm more likely I'm accurate than the doctor. Underage. You're more likely. Boom. Looks like it's not that hard to answer questions, you dumbass. Cool. But yeah, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, I'm getting into Manchester United to keep my friendship with my respectful. Have they bought jerseys yet? No. Are they going to? They say they will. Are we ever going out to watch the games? Not yet. Johnny, are you I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. You just go to one downtown Mexico and just like flip. Oh shit. Like, what's not going on? What are you doing? Manchester City. It's just a long good on. I'm here. I'm staying. What are you getting ready for? Fucking man Sterling Haaland scored a hat trick today. Yeah, bloody bang. Fucking. I'm gonna hit the loo. Yeah, I should start using British slang now. I'm gonna use the loo from now on. I'm gonna hit the loo. There's a huge hole in the loo. It's a wasn't from you or all of you out. A hole in his loo. He's got loo issues. What do they call trash bins a running man or something like that? I don't know. British slang. Running man. But yeah, we have English viewers. This look, I'm It's crossover, dude. Let's if you're a Manchester United, or sorry, if you're a Manchester City fan, sound off in the comments. Yeah. Have you picked the team yet? Are you gonna do Manchester City? Or I'm always wherever the guy goes. Yeah. When are we gonna find out? September or October? That's one too. What's that was a good question. When are we gonna find out? Yeah. Well, October. When is it? Because he turns 18 in October. But the soccer's you know what? I think it's August. It starts like August 21st. Oh, so how come he has to wait because he turns 18? Yeah, there's some weird law where you're not allowed to go to Europe until you're 18 because he doesn't have citizenship. Oh, okay. Yeah. So until then, he's probably doing construction somewhere. Yeah. Until then, he's probably great. Yeah. But Akash and Jesling don't have any kids, though. So they don't usually know they can't, if they can. It's a hypothetical, then a hypothetical. You really have to thank God they don't have kids. Yeah. I got one of them. Yeah. But imagine he gets really fat. He gets fatter and fatter and fatter. And then the other kid that gets fatter and fatter and fatter. You know? So it's just a big fat family. That could be pretty funny. Anderson's roasting the kids for being fat. Akash looking fat as hell, bro. He might be eating too many of them samosas. He's like, give me some more. I was thinking yesterday about Genghis Khan. I was playing Civilization 7. And Genghis Khan. And I was thinking, like, what drove him so nuts? His mama worked for like his whole life. How old was he? No, I was thinking, no, it's a funny podcast, so it's really funny. Not ambition, dude. I was thinking about like a first date like that went wrong. Oh, and then he was like, I'm not on the world now. Definitely like a woman run his heart. Oh, guess what? I'm gonna go fuck everyone else now. Maybe. What else? What else could have done it? Construction outside his apartment. Yeah, construction outside of his fucking guys that even every time he came outside, guys were like, hey, what's the weather? What are you checking their hey, oh, look at that. And he was like, that's it, I'm conquering the world. And he was 65 years old and died. 1162 is when he was born. I mean, yeah, Genghis Khan is fascinating. I don't know what if you say came up with first name, what would kind of in my mind, it's like he's excited to be on first name. His name is Khan. It's cool. I'm gonna make a Mexican too. I'm sure. Thank you for coming in. I'm just kidding. Roll like oh, you know what's funny? I was riding my horse the other day, and I thought about the sunset. Like the sun was beautiful, and I was just like, why would you tell me? I don't give a fuck about you. I'm going to conquer the world. Can I ask you a question? Did that ever happen to you? Just like driving on the sunset, and then I'm trying to, yeah. I mean, I thought it would be funny, but it's fine. I don't know. I'm trying to think of things that made me super angry. I guess construction is pretty good. Like if I had a hole in my bathroom or something, they did a really bad job. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna conquer all of the world. Okay, how about this? I call to get a doctor's appointment and they don't have it for months or whatever. Maybe he's like, I have a contract. What if Charlie Kirk thought he was like, yo, I'm gonna fucking kill the whole yeah, then whatever version of Charlie Kirk was back then, some guy we don't know about, he got killed. So he was like a guy, he was giving a political speech back at that time, right? What would they have been like? Tom Robinson. What if they did not kill Charlie Kirk? Oh So he had an excuse to do it. He killed the Charlie Kirk of his time so that he would have an excuse to conquer the world. And everyone's like, why are you doing this? And he's like, well, we'll call it, what would be like a Genghis Khan type name for Charlie Kirk? Charles Khan. He's related to him. So he's like, well, Charles Khan was murdered. So Charles Kirk. Charles Kirk was murdered, so I'm avenging his death. And that means that I need to have sex with a lot of chicks. That's the other thing too. It's like I never want to. I can tell you how many times I've been having sex without being this calm. But it's weird having this full fucking political vibe. I'm like, dude, I don't feel like it. I don't want to feel like it's hard. To me, it's like he's fucking. Not really. He's like, he's more kind of his whole legacy. You know, he's just like fucking all day. He's probably like, yeah, it's really soft. It's just soft as fuck. He's like, alright, probably kills them too. He kills some people. He just throws them out. You know, it's funny about that. I was just thinking they invented so many things. Genghis Khan is like warriors, like they had invented the passport and all these crazy things on the wallet, all this. I think it's funny that they never invented a condom. I wonder if he like somebody came like, hey, we need a condom. He just kills them. It's like somebody that's like Magic Mike going to the shop, like, hey, we bring a whole Magic Mike up to the shop, like, we're tired of it. You know, whatever. It's like it's condom. Yeah. No, they dug around. You really did a lot of work. Oh, hell, even the most merch. Someone said his podcast was sick. I wish they'd been. That would be if you could go back in time and get these people podcasts. Thomas Jefferson has a podcast. He's like, hey, bro, so we just like fucking took over another store every day. We're like the bread from it. And this is Nick Car. Welcome to the podcast. The stuff that you hear every podcast would be like trigger warning for people because everything for the past would be so racist. Genghis Khan would be laughing about like murdering people and you know what else. In my opinion, I think you'd be like the Tim Cakes. You have a beanie. Well, yeah, because you always had that hat on. Yeah. I just picture Tim Cool as Genghis Khan. Yeah. Interviewing Alex Jones about Jordan's penis. For sure. I get, yeah, I think, what if you could bring Genghis Khan back through time and you put him on the Joe Rogan podcast, but he's just Genghis Khan. So as soon as you put him in there, Joe Rogan's like, wow, dude, the great, powerful Genghis Khan, I can't believe you're on the podcast, so great to have you. And then Genghis Khan just takes a spear, just because he's Genghis Khan. Every podcast he's on, he's like, he's so scared, he's like breaking things and like setting the thing on fire, and then he reconquers the world somehow. He just keeps saying it. Oh man, he is not culture. He's 5'6" to 5'8". Oh, what? Can't put him in top? That's not crazy. Genghis Khan, that guy's start looking for the fight about it. Or for the statue, however, he was 8 feet tall. The women I heard during this time were also like kind of warriors too. Like they could string a bow, they could like ride a horse really long, so like the Mongol women could protect the gear in like their homestead or whatever it is too. So they were just like Joanna, very capable fighter, just posting all the time. Yeah, they could do just what the man did. I wonder what his hair was like. You know what I mean? Mongol warriors. He's just maybe we can bring all these people into the future and give them Instagram so you can see what Mongols would post like all in the fucking China's videos. They're like, oh shit, look at ass. Or the women at OF. Genghis Khan's wife is an OF. Well, she had 130,000 women. So at least one, statistically speaking, from a scientific perspective. Dude, imagine the amount of problems that we're that's why he was gone so much. He conquered the world because he just didn't want to come home and have to answer for not taking out the trash or whatever it was. Being an absent father to his thousands of children, he was the entertainer. He was taking them out. It's like that, hopefully not. Probably, honestly. He goes on Andrew Tate's podcast, and again, it's just, oh, man, he's good that way. The only podcast he doesn't kill the most is the podcast. Oh, he's doing the birdcast. They're drinking and they throw up and they throw up and they're having a good time. Then Christina Pizzi comes in. I was like, hell yeah. Shows him. Oh, God. I want to be the guys that bring, we should be the guys that bring Genghis Khan back and he kills people. That would be kind of fun. We get paid for it. That would be a way better Jurassic Park. You know, people want to bring back like dinosaurs and stuff like that. We should bring back like Mountain Kong, Genghis Khan, Stalin, Hitler, Town Hall in like a big style park. You can see them. Or go on Mars and see who conquers that world. You can't really harm anyone there, I suppose. It would be funny just to have Hitler in a zoo and you can kind of throw stuff at him, like, because he'd be so disoriented. Hi-yo! He's like constantly ducking. Stop throwing shit at me! I hate me! What's he saying? Hitler's thirsty. He's like very thirsty. No one gives him water. There's like a Hitler thirsty hour where he's from the tunnel. Everybody gets to see him not being like drink water. Like, look, it's Hitler's thirsty. He does everything. And my kid's like, a spoon in the asking. He wants water. What's he saying? He's saying he wants water. He's just not right. My kid wants some water. He's not going to what? No, you never let Hitler drink. That's the thing. We keep respawning Hitler to just do different things like that. Like, it's like, this is the Hitler that's thirsty. This is the Hitler that's hungry. This is the Hitler that's yeah. We made like super paranoid. Or like, this is the Hitler where we just have random voices come through, but only he can hear. We put like a, hey, everyone's watching you, but in German, hush, 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 hush. And he's saying, hush, there's someone behind you. He's like, he's all scared. He won't come out. But there are different ways of torturing him. What's another way to torture shock Hitler? You just kind of zap him with it. Have Genghis Khan getting fucked by experience. Because he fucks up. That's not good. You know he's homophobic. Well, sure, probably was. But then again, with the ancient societies, you never really know. Because Robert Greeks, I think they had a were pretty okay with that. There are historical evidence shows that Genghis Khan was homosexual and multiple wives and concubines and father wives for the more historical legal evidence. Japan 2-3 actually made the same thing, so he's a bit homophobic, probably. He is very homophobic. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, is he homophobic? It was just same-sex sexual acts and the death penalty. Oh, I didn't see the death penalty. Yeah, it's not as homophobic as you get. So you got him in the corner who's getting fucked by gays. Joseph Stalin starved out. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm still thinking about like things you can do that are kind of ridiculous too. Like this, I don't. This is so redacted. I don't even want to say that one. But just putting a random person in there with him that makes no sense. Like, I don't even know who Trisha Paytas is, but I saw some online about her. Just put her in there with Hitler and have them react to it. That's not good. What is that? I think she'll have sex with him. Yeah, she's gonna have Hitler babies. Dude, that would be so fucked up if you were one of the people that watch you're a caretaker, your job is to watch over Hitler, and like one of the people that works for him gets pregnant, you're like, who's baby? Like, well, not Hitler. You would be worried for a second. Anyone that worked there that gets pregnant, you'd be a little worried that they had sex with Hitler. he's not. Or Genghis Khan or Stalin. But I think that Hitler and Stalin would be a lot worse than Genghis Khan. At least Genghis Khan could be like, look, I was all the shit. I didn't know you did that this was immoral. I was just fucking, look, someone broke up with me on a first date. But like Hitler and Stalin, they're pretty bad guys. And we do have some boys and girls. So let's see how they go here. I listen to one of them. Massachusetts. Yeah, I think it might have been that guy, Mark, right? Okay. So call us from yeah, go to the TMs. Let us know how it is. We also Patreon, with early access to the Tim is a shop, or other podcasts on that show. That's all I got, Bubba. Hey, you guys gotta give themselves now. The church was hell yeah. It was awkward. Hell yeah. Here it is. Listen, it's a fucking start to the church. Like, right? So it's like, like, what's real? The same time we start to talk, let's use the laziness that they have. Let's use it. Alright. Bye, later. Alright guys, welcome back to the shop. You know, it's Memorial Day. Happy Memorial Day to all the homeless cats and everybody out there for all your service. Yeah, you serve all the clientele in the restaurant and people would be hungry without you. So thank you to Haphazard and Successful AA, all the people in the council right there. Damn, guys are nice. Yeah, the mods. Shout out to the mods. Did you remember things that they I don't think so. But anyways, that's not why you're here. You're here to watch Tim as the shop system timer. Play Jacqueline. You know, the mod heroes are Mongol, Lloyd, Christmas, JMAZF, Monkey Nose, Herman Merman, and Smoothie 5 to the heroes. You know, some of them, it's not more for veterans. They're still alive. But if any of those monkeys, yeah, dude. I need a fucking tater tot once a week. Thanks. Alright, let's see what we got here. The first post of today is from People's Ramirez. Water weed. Wow, that looks almost like yes, some Ireland or something. Irish water. Yes. Too many hairs. So they probably are Irish. I don't even know. Well, there's their flag up on the top. I don't know what flag that is. Definitely an English was a sweet shop. Shot next to you, okay, that's good. Shout out to Ramirez. It's next to our impact. It's hosted by Cooking. Still in the kitchen, so here's a classic best barbecue Americans. When in regards to I'll get back to Phil, but in regards to the food in Denver, Michigan, the Torrance County I tried food, and everywhere on the freeway I tried food, it's basically some milk stock. It's weird. It's so funny. It's not good. I tried food, it's basically some milk. I'll take the best barbecues in Denver, Colorado. It's face. That's not audience. At the same time, as the audience would comedian goes, make it perfect joke. It's literally the face you make when they eat and it stinks almost. We're blowing your mind right now. Yep. Pretty south. I mean, anyway, Cody, if he doesn't make wins, then it's fine. Don't bad. Up to the honest barbecue. You're not a fan. One other party, your brother's brother, you help those kids out. And I'm going to switch you with the shit like your that they did. We're going to stop hyping them up, bro. Just like that. There's a show that used to. Brothers traveled around America, taking all the best barbecue spots, and then stealing their ideas, and then making it their own. That's funny. I don't remember the stealing ideas by being British. Because that's what Shabby's always get criticized for, is they could take other people's things, their designs, and stuff like that. But British people can't work. Oh, it's fantastic. Stuff. So why would I have a British guy to help me? Fair point. But Memphis, I mean, there's something that's like, so good points made by the other guy. He's right. British was wrong. And I think British have realized they didn't do it wrong. I forgot about that. It's Memorial Day's going to end, so that's what all these chips looking at. Yes, all these clips looking for famous. Someone said posted for me. This is posted by 911 / Asher. Let's be confused with Shady from Slayer. Meandering. It's funny, like I don't like personal reasons, like what's wrong with it? There's one time when my ex was she's seen my 100,000 times in the comedy store, so she does that as well with I come on stage and her or any pretty double for my ex because like that's my reputation with love and trust and all. I think it's actually She's somebody from the 20th century so strong. That's why I say something like that. Yeah, like I said, I like one of those conversations. Share Christmas with family. Share that package of money. She's just like, hey, you know what? This bad. This sounds bad. No, we all know that is the only way to use some salt. Salt. Yeah, no, well said. These things, shout out to roast people. Every time somebody mentions roast people, they're always like, yeah, yes. He talks about the bad dragon. Everybody needs to know. We're at the first one. Not if you posted this one. My partner. Oh, how did this was an evidence of saying? What's happening? Just an orange. Creep on your head. My listener counts head off, man. I love that cat with his head off. Am I harder than you? No, I will snap his fucking neck. Why would he say that? Why would he say, yeah, what, whatever makes him nervous. What? Would it be harder than each other? No. You go for yours. What's a good age to get married and have kids? I'm 24. Halfway through it. Fox is strong. He's kind of like honest. He's like, throw me away. Throw Brian away. And then eventually, let's see in the video. It's just me and Brian. And then Brian kind of just leaves. Brian has my new sleeves. And I'm so stubborn. I'm so stubborn. So, he got me to like a weird thing on the floor. On the top. So, just tap it a little bit. Alright, fine, tap it. It was already like, unfortunate. So, I took what happened and you said right in private, it was an email. I don't get it. Like, at our age and older, I don't want to do shit like that. When I was recording with Tom and John, the Champions League thing, JT started doing that with the producer of the show, and they were wrestling, and I was like, I'm gonna break something, dude. It's just two, and then that's what happened. He hurt his fucking neck. Brandon can't even run. He hurt his hamstring running against Trudell. They gotta be careful. They work in a storage facility. They can easily hurt themselves. What if they have electric chips like in the storage facility? It's so funny. If Jim was if she was married, he died, and his wife got life insurance because he got choked out by shot and died from that. Alright, this next one's posted on Rabbit023. It's called Slojo Thinking Papa for what's truly important after 14 years together. The biggest fraud. Kids are bloggers, I guess. Anniversary. It's so weird. 14 together. Legal marriage is weird. It is weird. Yeah, a lifetime ago, thinking for making sure I have the biggest rock, so that man don't get too close without knowing I'm taking. I was like, oh, there it is. That's just small screen. Yeah, well, she wants to know that there's a reason for why they're together. The reason is because it's been on. That's exactly what a relationship should be. One second, let me take a note. I love that, Mr. Whole Foods. Tyrell actually got his wife a huge this is much like current experience 193. Whoa, is this copyright infringement? Does it count if it's spiritual? So, Instagram post generator and podcast was really promo picture. Interesting to choose that of all things. He's just like teasing now because he didn't anyone. Lawrence Mann is a great job. Way back to Romero. What do you think of this? Chris has to say that before. I guess it's better. This is better than what it was before, I guess. So my series, it's still like so haphazard and random. I'm now noticing the raccoon with a cigarette. That's interesting. Have we seen that before? I actually texted you sent me that. That is a weird thing. If they know, maybe they don't. But what I'm noticing in the act that is a little sloppy is the globe is in front of a random one of those things Funko Pop. And then something is behind the globe. Oh, it's wrong. It's just so I'm laughing at myself. God. Alright, well, I'm rich. You remember my Funko Pop theory? What's cool? When I was in school, man, my Funko Pop theory is on YouTube. When you see somebody with more Funko Pop theory, it's the level of depression. Sure, my theory is no, why? It's an important theory. People are actually on board with this. I can see it for him, but some people just love Funko Pop so much that like if you go to their desk and Funko Pops everywhere, they're just like really There's things in life you don't understand. Bobby was the worst one. Driving my son to baseball practice. He's on my series. It's got wild. I love Gordon. He's a great mind when it comes to jiu-jitsu. Brian Shaw, Frank, love Frank. I don't know Brian at all. I know Cal's close with him. I've never met the Giant, but I'm a fan of his. He's like, I'm with Brian Shaw. It's not really good. Fight that in the house, and I'm recording with the world's strongest man in the house. His memory of good job. Leaving the marketing in the back, posted by Ball back there, 69. Last year did not have any ground. Very low posted. Hot taste. According to the schedule. First by Jimmy Reno. Word of advice to create change your ways. Let Papa open that package. Jimmy claims it's almost to do. Suspicion that confidence is everything we see has all the telltale signs of a unique. What's funny about that is maybe you're right. It is one of the neatest things you can possibly say to someone if they're not that they think they're unique. That's a diabolical thing to say. That's the narrative. So I pray that that is unique, not emotionally destroyed by what you just said. Podcast usually finds friends that everyone else is going to talk about. What else are you going to do? It's also been 3 years to get gotta move on. But tacos. I feel a lot of energy here, but honestly, I talk shit to people. That's the way they like read. I'm like, yes, I'll call someone fat in my comments or something. I free man for me. I use it not again. I'm like, I energy the language to use correctly. People will be flipped. This is my life. I was like, let's do something. I mean, type talk shit. I'll talk shit. Like, who says it turns me out? I like how he says, I'll talk shit. The wrong way of saying it. He's so full of shit. No, that's right. Hey, what the fuck, man? That's social media. This isn't real. Out talk shit me. I like that. When I start saying that. Are you trying to out talk shit me? You wish you could talk like me. All the good points, back to the boot camp content here. Don't always equal just like what's special. This is my favorite time. Just because someone's confused doesn't mean it's the biggest or best. So it's like, it's like my special. It's at 3 million views. 3 million views special. You know what I'm saying? It's not even that great. God damn it, Brandon. It's only 22 minutes long. Yeah, because if it was longer, obviously, but I get a lot of them giving no interviews. What's up? Yeah, you're like, yeah, I know. But you're in the comments all the time. So for example, it's like, so that you feel music, it's like, Travis is like, no, it's really good. Have you read the comments? Like, okay. I'll make your notes in it. Like, what? What's horrifying? Does that make sense? Does that translate here? That's actually really the metaphor. Yeah, no, it's not a metaphor. It's simple. It's like, crap out the uglies, reset. Honestly, just that still maybe I can't work on this face there's always something new that I can see. See that. And I like that he's, being somewhat self-aware, but it's funny, he's in the self-awareness, there's a lack of self-awareness. It's not, let's just take the viewers' comments on this special. Chaz the Dumbest. Okay, best reason. Such a chick commentary. Well, hers ass. Okay, positive. It's the last hour, folks. Yes, it's what say that while we're recording. Props to the peeps that are laughing. I'm going to say the comedian when I do anything like sentences on the fly with zero preparation. We're going to drop sucks at comedy and loves the facts. What a tool. This is really bad, really bad. Just reiterate Scott Jones. The only funny parts were me reacting to how funny he thought it was sounding. This man, this is going to prove the book. Don't say that. Bro, this thick branding is really both. It's not that simple. Anyways, hey, Bubba, just a quick check here. Jumping to Brandon. Someday, not being post, Brenda sold Johanna's G-Wagon to some Saudi league for 70K profit. That's the thing, you buy something, you're not wanting to drop him on a with the lightning. Yeah, such a pretty first question goes, does Joe like to change out cars off the herself? No, she's the exact opposite. So there's nothing she loves more than her G-Wagon. It's her absolute favorite car. During the pandemic, there was this scarcity issue with, just creating G-Wagons. The price of it took the fucking roof. Like, what do we got? At the time, because my brother died, car guy, he called me, and I think that paid like, I want to say like 120 for her G-Wagon. It was a G63 AMG. G-Wagon, that's now this family. You also have faces. Come on, where's my G-Wagon? Love that fucking garbage. Before that, she just loves G-Wagons any year, whatever it is. That's her shit. She loves it. So Greg called me and said, hey man, they're having a production issue with the G-Wagon. They're not going to be States. The prices are double right now. I said, how much are double? He goes, I don't know. But as soon as the factory gets ramped back up, the prices will sell down. Okay, we can probably get you double. I said, go put some feelers out. Boom. We got some Saudi dude offers like 190. I paid 120. Nice. We sold that too fast. Literally the next day, that bitch was on a boat to fucking Saudi Arabia. I kind of regret doing that. This was a good time. She loves driving, so eventually I do get someone on. He's like, I regret doing that. Oh, because so high off. But then it's because his wife misses the car. So he ripped someone off and he missed out his wife. For 70,000 bucks. Quick order. Gotta get her one of those. Again, she was like caravans. Kind of 15, 13, 16, 17. Brand new. She does not care. She loves G-Wagons. I will check on it. I don't think it's not the most comfortable ride. That's always especially good. The inside like the straps tight for my pajamas, but super floppy on doors like that. Shit. As far as like I built up my excursion so that can you just talk about that? Built that lightning up so that kids were pissed off about that. The lightning and the excursion, the two ones that they were mad. I'm mad at the excursion, dude. I can't believe the charges once. You find such a clean ice, and look every day I can find another. And I just told my kids, don't worry, I'll get another one.
Nice, you know. It's all around about anymore once you last house on. I'm just curious. Thanks for recording.
Should be 47 now, you don't live in.
Question. Real fan. Yeah, well, if you were a real fan and that's the line of questioning, what would you put? Okay. What? So I go through okay, what's the let's see. But that question, that would be creepy just to get no matter who you are. What a freak to take the phone. Maybe that person can get on the speculation. Oh, yeah. I know that you're older than me, but what size of phone do you use? What brand and color of underwear do you wear? Yeah, could go on to probably pretty crazy. My patron, the patron review, patron. Alright, let's see. You're, so that this is close but not yet. It's helping me out this time line. It's close but not yet. Hot Chan drops a pop of me, and the producers discuss how podcasting doesn't require focus. So that beginning next Wednesday, did you understand your payments or not payment? Payments, paid a lot. I did a 48-month payment. That's good. Okay. Yeah. Nice. I want to buy I go above 60. Bonus financial gurus. I mean, what is that? Trying to give me kids. God damn it. I used to work kids. Oh, these 72 like automatically, and I'm like, no, it's going to do that, and I'm even planning it on paying it off sooner than that. That's awesome. Yeah, I have a vehicle. Mine is like got 140,000 miles. Just cost me $100 to fill it up. No big deal. I do that roughly once a week. And I was thinking Steph's car, which is a Tesla, back and forth to Calabasas, which is great. No gas. Even if I have to charge it, it's like $8. It's like obviously paying yourself. Yeah, exactly. The folks out in Nick was like, this one says something place. Yeah. It's a 5, but now he's going to be so, like aware of it this whole time. Something is changing in the woods. Is it really? It is at the stars facility for sure. I've been towing like to paying my car down. I only have a little bit left on that loan payment. Pay it down. Get rid of it. Upgrade to a Tessie or something. But I'm like, I'm doing the whole thing. I'm like analyzing all these different car prices, like how much it would it be to own a gas car versus electric. Everything, any electric option is like, you might as well have Tesla because it's like you have access to the superchargers or whatever. It just, doing the whole car thing sucks. It's just so funny how differently we do things. I got pissed off and I bought a car online that will be delivered within an hour. You are looking up and down. Have you thought about just riding your car out for a while? Yes. Well, the difference is I actually owe more than it's probably that I would give for it. What's that called? Underwater? You're like, it reminds me, what I'm thinking about during this is like, for all four of these dudes were involved in the podcast. It took these four guys to make TFNK and all that other shit that they did. What were they doing? I don't know. Because they still left everything in there for the head. What was their job? We wish they got four idiots to do our podcast. We can't make it. And it somehow makes our show worse. You know?
actually, yeah, so I still owe like a decent amount on the car, and if I were to trade it in, they'd give me like only a couple thousand for it. You know, so it's like I'm still paying. I'm gonna try to just pay it down as fast as possible.
Is it the one like I've been in and stuff?
Yeah,
How is
I have a silver like 2014 BMW. It's great, but
how long have you
I've had it for about. I got it, I think, in 2020, so I think maybe 6 years. Hot chip is really. It's like, no, you suck ass. Wait, you talk.
No, I don't know shit about cars.
Yeah, dude. This is really opposite car guys. You know? Next thing you know, you're walking to, you buy a truck. You know what I mean? Trying to walk you through a truck that you can't sell. Imagine buying a truck just to use it.
I mean, I remember I told the story when I was on the car. I did one episode on that, and I never want to think about it again.
It's hard to believe it. Like, this is all the stuff you do now. This was posted by Sick Cards, bro. It's called Choppy Looking Out for Us Homeless Ones. 5-year-old Dustin has a secret to help homeless cats. Because they feel like he's saving the world. That's nice. Post by MTV. Has Muffin ever had a short-lived hobby that was 24 hours of archery last year?
Oh, yeah, man. That was good. That was a good one.
Archery was fun. Hunting, archery, country hats. That's 12 years old. What? Sponsored by archery?
We got a chance from there.
This is posted by Monster Smoothie. Why do they allow him to move water? Why do they allow him to move? Like, I always wonder why they allow me to come on the Jerry and say stuff. I know a lot of stuff, but I don't know what it unlocks.
Well, it's easy to dismiss anyway.
Cool story. Wheels and Joe. Cool story. So, what happened with your business? Magic Mind, Humans Mattresses. How do you do a show with that? This was hosted by Williams, DJ01. Cam was on that Blue Scorpion on the Good Dads. Sage Kennedy. Cam Hayes too soft. Cam Hayes is archer.
I don't know who he is, but I know that sounds like a drug tester.
2 hours and 39 minutes for a marathon. We can do that.
Let's get to this episode.
It's big rounds and all frowns and post winter exclusive.
Let's get to this episode. I'll answer all those your questions on Sunday's full Q&A. Thank you so much for all the questions. I love you guys. Thanks for tuning in. Make the show what it is. That's it, man. Welcome to the Big Man Breakdown. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. It's a deal, bitch.
Posted by Beast Tangelo 8502. Logan and Jamie both have that shot. You showed me very comfortable. Of course you are. If you're a Tubi, TBI, Missing 411 The Hunted, the movie's there for free. You guys can watch and check out Here It's Gone Wild. It's my faster show. Okay, so, this guy's like, alright, anyway, this is the worst thing about what show I've ever heard. Another guy just goes, like, enough of this guy. He doesn't give a fuck. Fuck yeah! She said, fuck yeah. Now you're gonna pretend. Of course, like, I don't know what that is, don't care. I'm not fucking co-signing something like that. Fuck out of here with that shit. This was Years Lives. What happens next? Part 32. Already like Let's see. What happens next? I am like shit, Dallas. Yeah. What's a week? It was actually, I was at, someone rented me when I was at UFC fighting. Someone rented me for an 8-year-old's birthday party. Rented me for a 8-year-old's birthday party. They sent me a limo, right? They don't give me any info. That's time I had no money for that. They gave me 20K grand. Okay. $10,000. They give me a limo. They drive me like 3 hours to the sticks on something. Yeah, dude, that's awesome. I mean, I have no idea what it says, but that would be great. Native American ranch, and it's these huge houses, dope-ass houses, right? I walk in and it's like a scene out of Training Day. There's all these Native Americans in wife beaters, tattoos from head to toe, playing cards, like, there's a giant fish tank right out front. There's a giant fish tank. Check this out. I go outside and the mom's like, oh, so glad you came, you know. Prominent featuring him using a straw to forget he's using opposite straw. The straws are named. My kids are big fans. My husband's a big fan. I want it to be big. It makes more sense. My kids are fans. It's for a girl birthday party. Why would you have one there? Or the dad is so bored during birthday parties, like, I need my entertainment. I'm a big fan of Brandon Chow. He's not famous anywhere. Fine. That makes sense. My neighbors are honestly, this big family. Gives me $10,000 cash. She's like, we sneak here for an hour. And she goes, it's a UFC thing party. My kids love it. I go, how are your kids using me? The twins. I was like, okay. The king comes out. King's made up a UFC fighter. Or is it the Octagon? It's made up like dog content fighters. And the kid, she gives them gloves and they start fighting. The kids and they start fighting. I'm like, oh my god, I want the fuck out of there. Oh my god. Jesus, where is this? Colorado. This was way back in the States. Colorado. No, this is California. Yeah, when I said music. Okay. I know, right? My memory, I mean, I vaguely remember talking about people fighting in the Native American or something. But I don't remember anything else from that. That's classic. I guess I got it. They died in the That's John Mary's quote. Water is a myth. I like that. If he says that, that's awesome. I mean, when you work, it's also a myth. So if you drink 8 cups of coffee, that still counts as fluid. It's a diuretic, it's still a fluid. It's a diuretic, which means it's dehydrating you. If you push it through, it's still it's going to get kidney stones and stuff. I feel great right now. I feel great right now. Although I was getting pretty sick from drinking so much coffee, so I don't know stuff on stage. Well, Thursday, that means it's time for another edition of Ask Ellen. So Chris wants to know, is there any truth to the old saying, red sky at night, peaches light, red sky in the morning, peaches take the morning? I love this one. I've been waiting for someone to ask this. We've
we've all seen it, a really gorgeous nighttime sky where it is just vibrant red. We always say that thing, red sky at night beaches. Like, so is it true? Is there anything behind it? Well, it starts first with why we actually see sunsets.
When you reach out with kind of long leverage and all this, so good approaches that forwards too. It's a beach's delight, you know.
The storms have already passed. That one actually holds true.
Wow, these are getting long. I like it. I feel like we just sat in the theater and watched the whole film. Yes, again. Let's see what else we got here. Appropriate to 9:30 goes to this one. The Choppies parent can't afford summer camp. I don't get this one. You can't afford summer camp. So they die. I guess. I recently watched the film Black Phone 2.
Hey, Mr. Aquarius, how are you?
I keep forgetting. I want to see this. No spoiler.
How are you?
I'm lovely. I had a really nice podcast today. Got another one tomorrow.
Right.
And it's cool.
Right.
You ready?
Yeah, let's
How was your day?
It was good. I had a good day. Yeah. I'm tired.
Okay, there you go.
Hey, come on, Rabbi.
No doubt.
Hey.
Look at you.
Hey.
Look at you. Mr. Aquarius, that's 2 strikes in a row. I tried.
Hello, everybody.
How you living, big dog?
You see the hell of a game going on right now?
I'm in the middle of the game right now, so I don't see it. But I'll take a look when I can.
It's the Cubs, my team is St. Louis. And St. Louis Gold Hills.
Excellent, big dog.
Brandon.
What's up? What's up? How you doing, Class?
Hi, Brandon.
How are you, Mr. Class?
I'm good, Rabbi. How are you?
You mean?
You mean Brandon?
Brandon.
Yeah, Brandon. I mean, I'm tired, Brandon.
Me too. You see what this called last night? I see what Angel last night. Screenshot.
Yeah.
I'm always here to screenshot sports. Sports team.
We already doing the sport? Yeah. We already doing the sport? Yeah.
I got one guy doing sports. And number 2 is doing gaming.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Reload.
Well, I'm happy to hear from you.
How about hear from me, Mr. Class?
Kids are doing good. Kids are doing good.
How's how's life been going, Mr. Cram?
Very good. Thank you very much. What about you?
Been good. Been dealing with the weather.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been dealing with the weather. It's been keeping holidays.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I've been doing that.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Thank you.
Good thing.
You may. Hey, good job.
Yay, good job. So I have a great focus.
He is trying
Get it.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Enjoying your game.
My college good. 0-1 right now. Oh, I won right now.
All right.
So I hope I win.
Good job. Come on, strike. Good deal. Good deal.
No one's touching you today.
I don't know why. I don't know why.
Reed says hello, by the way.
Yeah, I listen to every guy. Oh, Mama said hello. He's doing okay. Did you tell him to go?
Yeah, he like,
Well, that's good.
we never agree on jokes.
You got a little bit, I hope.
And I told him to.
I know.
Comeback time. No. Hi. There we go. You win, I win, I win,
Yay!
you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yeah, we both win. We always win. Every day out.
All day, every day, man.
God wants to see her.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Grandpa, Grandpa, go back. Put the brandy. It's the brandy. Really? Lisa got you there. Lisa got you there. You're gonna have a good podcast tomorrow. Get you some sleep. Get you some God willing. I'll see you tomorrow. God willing.
Okie dokie. Take care, Mr. Perry.
Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams.
So what the Cubs are at now?
What'd you say, good son?
What the Cubs are right now?
I'm not sure, my friend.
I can slap about that. He's put it over. Let's go. Alex. Bye-bye. That's right, Brandon. You don't get to the plates. You do what's over there. I'll actually lay on my back and I will get my straight over.
Too old. Too old, don't do it. You want to go to the full spring? Oh, I don't want to. Shop times was, a lot of things it does. They're free, but they're also like, yeah, I know, I need it. Yeah, we're going to the future trend, man. That's yeah, and the fun, I really athletes get the question mark. Why don't they support the trends? New Hampshire is the most fit people of all time. Yes. And when they go to a full sprint, sometimes they pull a hamstring. Yeah, where we like, we're just two guys that do 10 minutes of shop. Our hamstrings are begging for us to go to a full sprint so we can become sedentary for a little while longer. Because that's everybody. Like, yeah, let me see. Oh, like my fucking hamstring leg off. Off the chin. Vodka proposal good dude just needs oh, thank you. Proposal good dude. I don't think we've seen this guy. I'd like to know if it's a family and friends again. Just on a weekend. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I mean, 13 to 20, you guys want to just go to the dark? Sure. We can. I've never, that'd be kind of cool just to have a week off. But either way, I'm going to miss, I always miss like working, so we'll see how they can break down. But if I need to take a week off, it's not the best. We'll see what's happening. Back some stuff. So I'm not for what happens up. We'll figure it out. Yeah, no crazy friends. I want to actually, that's just the worst podcast ever. Like, yeah, like that. It's probably broken what you're saying. That could be set off. It's pretty damn quick. They're just, well, yeah. But it's, yeah, absolutely. Alright. Honestly, shit, don't show up for a week. What are you gonna do, please? I invite you back. Yeah, if you want to see your family, please feel free. The camera's right here. Shop won't even know. That one, you switched. Shop won't even know that he's not ever show up and think, oh my god, I did the whole thing. Shop's doing podcasting. Not the recorder on the it's just recognize. Andy Roddick schools Papa on being a baseball dad plus by not yet. See what I'm saying? This is typical. Basketball or maybe tennis. What do you say to that? There's two things. There's one, whenever you think a kid is really good at something, just travel a little further. Wow. Right. So like you see the kids that are really wow, like what a great call. There's how many kids are in your league? Are they best 10 in their league, so therefore we think they're awesome? Yes. Are there 10 leagues like that in the state? That's right. So then it's like let's apply math to excellence a little bit and like let's stress test against that. The worst question I get asked all the time is how many hours a day did you train? Wow. And I was like, I don't know, when I was 9, I could hold my attention for like an hour. And what I think is how many hours can you play before it becomes tedious and not fun? Like some kids have 3 hours and they love it the whole time. Well, you're doing a disservice to the kids that have an hour and a half here. They feel terrible with the last hour of practice. And you can say, let's build 5 minutes. Right? But because some guy you asked who used to play sports says 4 hours, you're going to go do 4. Like there's different kids progress at different times. They're ready for things at different times. There's not like a stock answer. And the other thing that I'll say is like, if you're a parent and you're guiding your kids, control the controllables. Right? If something happens when his cold hour strikes, the conversation can't be for the rest of the day that ref sucks. Right? It has to be, wow, you're gonna get one, you're gonna lose one. Like, what did we do well that we could control? Right? Did you show up? Were you warm when you went in? Were you one of the first ones that see you ready to throw when the time started? Like, if the conversation centers around the stuff that's in your control, and you get 95% of those right, you're gonna have a lot more days that feel like wins. So yeah, gosh, that's it. that's totally true. The best dads why you're getting into sports, and I know this because I was really good, is one, ask yourself, is it okay? Is life still good? Can I hang out and have a good? Am I able to be referee this thing? Did my son get a effective hit home run off the okay, y'all, you're laughing at it. You're done. Okay, so for me, so listen, is it an umpire or is it a grown umpire? He's gonna suck ass or yeah. Absolutely. Tony needs to your heart is if it's a good part because they're gonna strike you out. Yeah, they're gonna strike you out anyway, so like I gotta get on the field. It's actually my bad. It's like the umpire feels bad about me yelling. You flip the bat as hard as you can. I want to have 4 flips on. I want that bat's hamstring to be straight. Because they have the DNA that maybe Andy Roddick doesn't get it because he plays tennis too. But like my kid, he has a DNA where he can succeed. So maybe it's just a game for him. It's like for me, it's a little different. It's like, no, I get it. But I'm like, I'm gonna tell my son, Andy Roddick, more like Andy Roddick. Definitely those things. I like that you guys watch it with dad. Yeah, well, when you're dedicated, you gotta watch it on the games and TV. We saw that order. I'm a part of the golden hour. Excellent question. What is my CP2 075 year? CP2 is my Chris and Aaron starting guys. Yeah, what's it? I think we can you give me more updates on that? Maybe take a little break. You got it now. This one's hosted by Jill Waters. Yes, sir.
Ever paid or podcasted others? Well, missing the full that I know about me and my friend was up to like $20. No way. What is he doing right now? I'm not sure. I'm glad that I don't have to be involved with it anymore. We have a guy who allegedly stole a bunch of money from us.
Podcast. So I didn't get to get pictures of my glass. How old is it? Biological terms or okay. What way? So show business. When do I play? I can play anywhere from 3 to 40s. You think you can play 30? I don't know. I never I think it's what's called soft filter. Right? Yeah, especially if I had a glass of the weight on it. You know what I mean? A lot of what holds you back is so thank you. I can't believe that you have that. A lot of throwing away games. I got there just tossed it. It's supposed to be like a bit, but it's too real. It's like that's how people treat Cal. He shows up and they just toss a costume in his face, like a Cal costume, put it on a guy, record and get beat, move for the camera. That's what they're doing. Right, so let's be honest, it ages me. I've lost a lot of hair, but I wonder what you've gone to extra surgery. Well, I have. I've looked at, I'm sure it's a condition for you now. I make a fortune. And look, I want you to watch now what happens to my face. Watch what happens to my face. Listen, you see how young I look all of a sudden? Isn't that crazy? Yeah, I don't know, I'm not 30, but 40, 50. You can play 40. Yeah, you had hair like that. Right. Dude, I want to do that so bad. Yes, it's a the dog costume. Like a wolf. You're playing the trees. I'm playing this on a mentally he's in 2016. This one's called Ghosted by Willem. It's okay, I'll expect to. We kind of expectations. What do you got? I'm a counter punch ready. No, that was what, 31? No, there's not a 6 or something. No, it's 38. No way, it's not 31. There's no reason not to be on. Time flies. Time flies. Oh, I'm sorry. 37 is the real number of time. See what I'm saying? And by the way, he's about to be 30 anyway. Fights me at 30. That's true. That's true. Okay. And that's a lot of miles on a 38-year-old. So if you're expecting to almost that's all the miles. Yeah, sure. thinking about that in all my fights now. I try to only get in fights with like 4-year-olds. Mix King's goat is back. You do know that person's name at OJ's defense. So he was like, I said, have you ever seen it before? And he was like, yeah, no, like, they got on the scapegoat for OJ. He's like, and that is not the case. Chris Rock was just a scapegoat for all things more than a scapegoat. They don't have much control. OJ has the energy when judges can go to the bathroom. Yeah, sorry. Oh, man. Well, if you're in the current movie recording the Patriot or something or so, we're in like Joe Rogan movie something on recording today. We're at 3 hours. Imagine talking like the whole time we were recording, you're talking about your lifestyle. Oh my god, imagine how much more you would do. Yeah. Because you have to keep it alive. He's just over there going about, hey, don't. I know a lot. And then you have to be like, what do you know? And he won't just say, right. We're talking about the world. Ask me a question. Maybe a scientific. Sure. What do you think about, like, the sky? Oh, so you're looking at the sky. Those are way more interesting. The telomeres in mice. Yeah. I heard both. The telomeres in mice are looking at the sky. Did you know that? But you're over here asking what the sky looks like. Yeah, how do you say that? But yeah, we've been recording for 3 hours. We did a whole episode, so everyone from the fucking Patreon and the Professor Tactics go to because he does the really cool. So that'll be up there. Thanks to all you guys coming through and saying hello to us. It's pretty wonderful. And yes, someone who Beach right now is a baddies and G-Wagon and hopefully welcome to a different trip. You know what I'm talking about? There's a motel next to the beach called Tron. So hopefully welcome to the trip. Wow. Sorry, it's fine. That's social media. This is it. You want to see it? Nope, see you next week. Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Show. I'm not your host, Victor Wembayama, joined also by my co-host, Joe Thais B. Here's the cards. Thais B because he has thighs and thighs, but also a horrifying injury. Anyways, that's not why you're here. You're here to watch 10 Minutes of Shop. Start the timer. Play the gently minds. Aggressively so gently horrible. You know, you gotta have the timer going. Okay, it's important to the show. It keeps us honest. 10 minutes only. We never even go a second over. I'm not bragging. I'm just saying that's what we do. Bobby, no one gave more support when I started. What else is more support? The soundboard to give it a sound. There's so many sounds. It's funny, you know, to get you waiting, stressed out. That's the way, I heard like 75% of people tune in just to see if we got more sound. Not just getting paid. Yeah, one guy was saying that, like, he was like, it's so funny that, all the soundboard, or half the soundboard is from that name. Because, you know, I gotta say that. Fuck. You fucking butt. Args. You're fucking this one was supposed to like quattro patas. It's 4 feet. I'm telling you. 5'8". Okay, that's not 5'8". His height is it's just so funny that the idea that the chair would be bigger than him. Obviously, that's not true, but he's like sitting down and he looks at it, and that's awesome. Hey, Trump. What do you want? That's a good idea for the movie. Chair man. Yes, it's a little bit hard. Let's see what we have here. John just saved the homeless posted by John Washington Beer. I mean, this is a very diverse group of people. Most islands are good. What? I mean, not that I care, but it's funny that he's the only one on this dude. This dude's wearing his black shirt. You don't want to do that. So what's the yeah, reached it. I dropped. And it's also, it's one of those shirts that Joe wears that's, I can tell, like, from there, it's one of those, like, crazy big dress shirts. I was gonna say that. Yeah. I'm like, why does he use chair for that? That would be more normal. But I guarantee you, they could pull away that chair. It's a fucking, I don't even know how to say it. It's a fucking frock. You pull away that chair, there's handcuffs for sure. He's handcuffed until you get that chair. There's a lot of shit. It looks right. I agree with you. It looks normal. But it's not. Isn't that weird that he's I think he's talking I guess, yeah. It's almost like he's an advisor or something. You know? Like Trump says what he says, and then that other chair talking about the rest of it. He's the head of the Department of Comedy. He's right next to his boy there. Commissioner of Comedy. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, this is maybe laugh for the I don't think I watched it with the sound on. You really need sound for this one. It's hosted by Mike 7 High. Where is that guy? Never since this came out. It doesn't matter the activity, she'll find a way. So these videos, you know, what it reminds me of is like, now I wouldn't know this, but you know, when you have Instagram, there's a certain algorithm, you know, the search function, and it's like, I actually don't know what that's like personally. I mean, 100%. I don't know what it's like either. I will say this, I know it's happening. I mean, I made the record to use Instagram like that. Okay. Oh my god, it's really bad up there. That's how I know it's Instagram. Jesus. I resent it. Yeah, so you're saying that she should have a fucking. Check this out here.
Working out and taking my peptides.
You shake your ass and then you fuck with somebody else. I almost had one punch.
Game changer for me. Peptides have actually been a game changer for me because they literally
Little jiggle so funny. It would be really funny to like box and your butt does that. A great boxer with just a ridiculous ass. Well, Jake Waller double V. Colossal guy. That guy is just a fucking huge ass that just waves and shakes when he fights. Double BBL. BBL triple G. And I use when he just it's just like, you know, I guess the bunch of people like that because so I have no idea whether it comes from the legs or not. It's like the torque in your knees. It's how your body weighs them, right? So that's what she's doing. She's going, oh, it's just torque. Just, it was like a cartoon. It's not really more a cartoon. It's really more years. Someone's gonna stop it, honestly. Like, you know what we should do? Maybe that's why Joe Rogan was in the White House. It's funny to just do a serious voice. Joe Rogan was like, I have a problem with my wife's friend, or my friend's wife. Just do it. I know he was the only thing that would make it right. Joe was like, she's got a fat ass. That's all it is, Joe. I would love to try to talk to you. This is at 420 chefs from 08730. It's a joint battle. Damn, this is got me. That's very funny. That would be great if you only up a cycle backwards. Which one is the cycle? Cycle. Okay, real life. Oh, you know what? Marijuana tree. Isn't that hot shot? Hot shot. Yeah, like stoner shot, fucking tie dye. You know, we get it. I'm like a weed dad, you know? Just chill. It wouldn't really match his persona. He's so much better after you barbecue. He gets better. I take totally everything, like all the stereotypes. I take just a demon to fall asleep, anything to wake up. If I'm writing a comedy show, I'm writing a for sure. You ever take an edible and it works really, really well? And then you take more and it stops? I was at the airport and I ate an edible and I got really high from the first one. So I was like, I'm going to take a second one so I'm not so high. That's so now I want to make them less high. More doses makes you like much higher. Ryan Owens, he gets something like this. Ryan Owens is a dispensary yesterday. And guess what? No pun intended. They were a huge fan. Goes to the show. They had T-Fac on this. I was getting my so they called you on Vegas. You can't go there and brag. She's scared. She has to get you. You know what? 75 girls in there. Comment below if you smoke weed and watch our show. That'd be very interesting to see. Yeah, that's one of the demographics YouTube doesn't do. It'd be very, what's it called? Useful. Yeah, and also Jordan was a cop. Not a cop, truly interested. It's not a joke. Can't do a 405 single rep, but can do 350 for 20 reps from Clint pulls and chips. So I did see this post. I don't know if it's on Chase this week. Yes, they all got together on a YouTube video working 405 pounds. Their arms were 87. Water is a shot of cream. She goes by commute time. And I feel like it's it sounds unnecessary, but just well, I remember we watched another one where she sat on it. She was and give a short answer. She said, yeah, right. I would like maybe this exact one, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're renamed it. I just watched it on my I did this on my own time. I mean, how tall is she? Because it doesn't count. She's less than 6 feet. Okay, so this sucks, obviously, but hear me out. Devil's assistant. If your girlfriend's sitting right there, you're sitting curled up in his cock. You know what you're gonna say? Oh, my bad. Okay. I was gonna say, like, at least then this shows that they are, close couple. I think they spend a lot more time together nowadays than they had been, and that's very cute. They're like, they're producing horrible content, but they're in love, I think. That's how I'm looking at each other. Right? Yeah. Or into enough show content. Or watching The Exorcist. I am like a shit, Alice. She also didn't tweet why she's looking like. Well, she caught us staring at her ass. It would be so interesting if this became successful. I mean, it's possible. I should watch see what she does. It's a shock. If I go watch the show. You can just see it. Alright. Let's see what this is. Legit. Does it have anything to do with object? Most of my CVS basically was and it's like, oh no, he's legitimately insane. You never guess. You never guessed. This isn't real. Oh my god. You can guess in a million years you would never have Steve Tracy legitimately wouldn't know that. Don't pretend like you wouldn't know that. It sounds like a high school nickname again. Jimmy Insane. It's possible. Anything's possible. Can you do it one more time? It's like, oh no, he's legitimately insane. So he couldn't finish the word. Legitimately insane. I thought maybe he tried to finish it. Wow. But no, that's legitimately Jimmy's That's Jimmy. If you did it on purpose, I kind of like it. Or you didn't go to all the time for this because I'll put Jimmy on here. Possibly, dude. I don't know. Jimmy might want to go get a flaming young. It's connecting the dots like everything's making sense. We literally speak choppers all day now. And it's like, oh no, he's legitimately insane. Just talking about his shoulders being like a little closer to the neck than usual. And it's like, oh no, he's legitimately insane. And then it's like, oh no, he's legitimately insane. That's if you tell the cops about some guy that's legitimately insane, and the cop doesn't know whether you're also legitimately insane. That was great. I don't know why there's not many original posts of this shit, dude. Shout out to you. So this is busy. It's actually bigger. Busy Bill equals your many times a day. It's like, hey, remember that time? You're just talking about old stories, you know? So it's like, we can go ahead and have the conversation. I think we should go down to once a week. Oh, man. My passion and focus is shop show. Shop show. Yeah, shop show's real fun. I don't know when it happens, when it's recorded, how often it is. I'm just now realizing it's still going on. It's super deep. Oh, it's like our shop show. Our show? I know when our show is. We legitimately have a shop show. Oh, yeah, we sure. It's like, dude, you have shop show, we have shop show. Everybody shop show. Jim and I have talked about this. For me, I don't know how Jim feels about it. I don't know. Isn't that odd? You said talking about something like the passion. I don't care about your passion. Did you anything on the passion? That's your job. Tell me about what you really want. And it's like, man, stay in culture. It's like, keep on fucking. Like, my passion is the shop show. It's like, oh, just because our show sucks. That's your passion is the shop show. You know what I mean? You think that's how Jim feels? I feel like Jim's on a leaf in the wind. A leaf that gets $100,000. That's crazy. I don't understand that. Probably not. I don't know how to use that. How much does the show make? Rabbit hole. I know how to use it, but it's not there yet. Let's see. It's like, because I find the kids like, dude, we've had a fucking epic run. It's so funny how happy he gets when you talk about him. He's like, oh yeah, okay, three things. Hashtag awesome. You made it in on top. What's your happy? You talk. Show it down. Oh, first episode of how in the truck scenes. Oh yeah. The sweet nectar. Kind of sitting up for this business. I watched this one. He's on a left pocket. I smell. I read the hot something about it's legit. It's not fucking pocket. It's a 48% Japanese blended whiskey by Schwab. It's so funny. It's like even busy a douche, it has nothing to do. They're not even trying. We're all smoking douches every time someone makes fun of them. They say his name wrong, but it also says 2 stars out of 5. And 48%, which whatever, I mean, is that the alcohol? What is 48%? Because so 48%. Yeah, okay. Okay, I was going to say, it says a feeling rate. It's just 29 degrees. But you were telling me it's legitimate, right? I don't really remember. I don't remember. I think that Walsh said it was like fine. It was not bad. It's whiskey, and I think it was probably better than Evan Williams.
That guy said, man, the what? What a wife.
Comedian, ex-MMA fighter. He's an absolute loser.
Schwab.
This is very funny already. This is like, you know what I mean?
Sensualizing big cat on the back. He says, tiger.
This is the only way this is
Caps. Three C's, big cat on the planet.
So I think the word tiger would be Japanese for Japanese cheeseburger.
Also, not paying off. Don't take Japanese
That's awesome.
Chicken rancid. Yeah,
Oh, fuck, that's bad, man. They come on these like disgusting British alcoholics immediately think they're smarter than Chad. Sure, this is like yogurt or something like that. Weird, you got big mashed chops. Pat, you should like chop. Even him, big chop's an idiot. This is a real 15 C versus 16 C. I give that a 1 out of 10. Chop, I'd say stick to company. So,
Talk. Cheers. The tiger is not a wonderful thing. Almost 80 high enough days might be okay for $10. Not 60.
so what do you think? Something like has a ton of stuff I think I've seen. The unpolished are very sharp jabs from the songs. Battery estimate, I'm going to say sleep.
$60. $60? Yeah!
So that's a full redacted sentence, essentially.
I lost the battery accident. I'll say that's the time to end this story day. I'll take it.
3, 2, 1. So in the middle of the call, what is that? I guess I should have. I just want to know if you should use it. That's one of our priorities. Cheers! Isn't that funny how people like alcohol because they like the drink so they're willing to like kill you sometimes. Right? Yeah, when you're first time drinking whiskey, you're like, oh my god, that's horrible. With your friend. I want to feel you drink your whiskey because it's gonna be used. That's how bad this whiskey is. These guys have had so much alcohol. Yeah, they want more, but not this good. Or they're just trying to get clicks. It's British obviously. I think they know a little bit about it. I'm surprised the headbutt wasn't the one because I'm not very used to headbutt shit. I was wrong. I don't like this kind of film. I watched this once and I was like, oh, I'm British Schwab. Yeah, it's the exact thing happened here. Yeah, my favorite is Schwab because that's all it's but these guys suck ass. You know? I'm glad we're not accepted on chains because we don't suck ass like these guys. So hey man, I need to tell what's a week. You laughing like joke about your friend getting fucking pussy. Which friend? Slow on the bench press. I thought you were. Oh, I didn't understand. I thought you were saying that like somebody was sitting on my dick or something. No. Your friend lays on top of you while you bench press. Slow. I'm moving. Wait, who's bench pressing? I'm bench pressing. Brendan Chop is bench pressing. I'm so confused. The video of them. Yeah. Okay, but how? Why am I involved? Oh no, I'm saying why. With a chick. There's no other guy. Your homies are in the middle. Because you can't really do dicks out here. She doesn't wear benches. So your homies like up there. And on top of me, like a little one playing in between or something, you know? I still don't understand. I'm basically just saying, like, don't be friends. Because you know, unless you're bench pressing and your homies can. So I'm bench pressing and my friend is lying on top of me having sex with a woman. Well, slow to it. Not your slow to your way. Slow to it. I didn't know what I meant when I said it. I thought it was like two guys. I thought you were doing like, no, you just, no. Yeah. I would never be. Oh, man. What happens next? Part 27. Close breakers. Yeah, it's like kind of like this now, dude. DTS are real stations, one of the owners of Voice Studios. It's awesome. Stockholders. Stockholders. Like, you know, those animations you see in the videos of the Hodor and like business suit. That would be like funny outside. We do an extension about it. We missed the boat probably. Or just not that. And you will just interpret what he says. He never gets it wrong because you just interpret whatever he says is the right thing. It's a genius. Because he knows what's going up and down. A man who just is consistent as a rock. I'm not saying I'm smart as Steve Jobs, but Steve Jobs is an apple. How does he get to money? I don't know. I was asking from watching. You watched a lot of Monsters Inc. I see. I missed the button. That is the Monsters Inc. Okay, Mike was asking on the one. Alright, that makes a lot more sense. It would be a lot more disturbing if it wasn't. Why did they go back to this? If only continues. You get your guy there, you general manager, guys who to continue talking as much as like don't ever do your references. Don't come in with references. Or start reporting right in. Steve Jobs. I'm not saying no, it's like another. That's the key to the bottom. Nice guy. Definitely not smart. Much nicer. Steve said I also used your. Yeah. Steve Jobs was a prickly, little dead cactus. I call him man cactus. Earlier too, man. Oh, dude, I'm getting constipated all day. Yeah, really? I'm messing around with T1 beta too. That sounds mad difficult. I haven't been constipated in about 15 years. I can't remember what being constipated was like. Yeah, you're always taking me out. I'm not even my body's built to fight. I'm not keto, but you're taking vitamins for your pancreas, right? I am taking vitamins for my pancreas, and man, it's hard. It's bad at all. Okay. There he was. Look at this chick. Tall. Look, it's all the same picture. What the fuck? Thomas Wozniak now in a wheelchair. I saw him the other day. No, you're just doing some fucking remix. You son of a bitch. Where were you at? I was in Indianapolis, Brett. I was in Indianapolis, Brett. Listen, how do I feel about the trio? Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now. Use promo code SHOP. Show. That's Code Shop Show to Saturday DraftKings Sportsbook officials. I think he's not right. That's Code Shop Show to Saturday DraftKings Sportsbook officials. It's amazing. Right, God's Chantel Mary Matt is so ridiculous because Mary Matt's obviously a strong indictment of stream of many expectations. And then Chantel Marmont is so famous. So like it was everywhere this year. That was it. And you look at it and it looks kind of weird the word itself. So it's just so Which you have these shows? Which one? I probably start doing the golden hour. Yeah. Just, if you do golden hour, all your friends are going to be like, and I already have enough of that. The shop show is pretty embarrassing, but it's its own show. And it's like that does me with Ryan. It also is funny because it was just and then again, shop shows are another show where you need to do that seems to be the least dangerous thing, I guess. Obviously very passionate about it. Do they get a lot of views? That's the next question. It's to the shadow. Yeah. I'll just sit in the shadow. Busy Mel 810 posted this. Muppet decided to pop off about Brian on his podcast. Again.
She's not one of these actors that just says, oh my god, poor me, I'm the victim, it's never gonna be the same, when I walk in the room, everyone's thinking this. She's a fucking fighter, we're cut from a different cloth. Y'all fucked up. And every actor, comedian, if you were wrongfully accused, you are shamed for a tweet, something said on a podcast, and you were canceled years ago. Take a page out of fucking Gina's book. Take a page out.
It would be so funny if he had said instead of take a page out of Gina Cross, but it's like every actor who's done this, has done that, all of them are innocent. Everyone. Don't believe victims.
Get your shit together, pull your socks up, tie those boots tight, and get to fucking work. Look at Gina. Look at Gina. She's the face of it. But she's a fighter. Y'all are fighters. And maybe she can inspire you to get your shit together. And get over it. And move on.
He's talking about stuff.
And prove them wrong.
It's funny. It's a fucking cool movie. Where he finally gets to Brian. Brian's just the funniest thing of all time. It's so much laughing. Yeah. He's got to say the right thing to get it back to them being the #1 podcasters in America. What would that be? He's got to keep looking for them. And I like the movie, right? He's trying to do the opposite. Fight the edge. I don't know if Shab does it. It's tricky. Yeah, Shab has more like Shab's that's the uses of success. Yeah, he's more parallel than Al Pacino for sure. Let's see. What do they got here? Manolo, 2020 or 201. A delusional and defeated Papa rewriting history as he sees it. This is
It is what it is, man.
so crazy.
I know it's a sad story, where pioneers in the space, especially as a duo, the first professional athlete ever to have a podcast, and we're really the first duo.
I can't imagine it's him. The first, when did they start? 2015, 14? They gotta be something before Shab. Yeah, look it up. But it was funny, it just always says shit like just now it's starting. I also love how he starts, where he's just, man, it is what it is, too. It's just, the day, AJ Hawk. It's AJ Hawk, a skateboarder, NFL. Tony Hawk. This is AJ Hawk in 2014, JJ Redick in 2016. Oh, man, Brandon Marshall. I don't know when, though. I'm surprised. I guess on that podcast, like, that's when podcast started. I guess that makes sense. It's almost not being a podcast right now. I mean, like, it's so early. AJ Hawk really is the first time I remember. Wasn't Brendan? Shut up. First. What's his name? No, he was not the first. Where did John Buckets appear? Okay, so he was the first. No way, really? AJ Hawk's the only other one? Brendan started in 2013. Alright, well, I take it back then.
That's social media. This isn't real.
It is indeed social media, so yeah, let's keep that in mind. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. That does not have been much for podcasts. Not even much for Bob. Maybe he should be yeah, so he was like way early adopter. Still feel it. Oh, we love those.
Podcasting, so inspired a lot of people. We put a lot of people on.
Yes, Stephen Jellicle. Jellicle started the podcast. Called the Buds of the Other. He's like acting like we got a Latino version coming out of a podcast called Demo Read with Hero. So let's give him credit. Chucky, his wife, wants to fight Joe wants Bob Pop to fight her.
But she actually gets starts, whatever. You don't see that after. The side effects after. And Charles turns to his dad and for him it's heartbreaking. He goes, my head. And I'm like, he's like, he's such a good point. Because I've never felt this pain in my head. I'm thinking, oh, fuck, brains on it.
But they took it off using it to what? Because she still wants to see you do a fight.
Well, she was like, I feel like you could tear some of these guys out of our kids.
So I'm saying, that's that.
When one of the guys in the Crocs, and one of the guys, I don't know about that, but one of the guys won. Look at him. Broken hands. This is what it is. Like, you don't, you see the paycheck and the knockout and the lights, but this is what it is.
Yeah.
After this is what it is.
You don't see the other because you guys got to see Jones and what's his name?
After I saw that in the fight, I was backstage. It was so brutal. I didn't see Jones. I saw Custis. You talk about it.
Wow. Sad. Very sad. It's sad because they're also trying to like fight random people in Starbucks parking lots. Yeah. When it comes to like doing it on camera, he's like, this is what it is. This is what it is. It is funny. Like they know firsthand how awful violence is fighting, and it's like the damage from it. They've experienced it, and yet he still wants to fight an untrained barista or a guy that honked in the security. Or a security wear a mask. Or like the guy honked at Brennan's wife to like go faster or something. And he's like, I'm gonna kill him. This is what it is. He's gonna kill him. He's gonna snap his neck off because they call him gay. Doesn't matter what you You're always saying that. It's logic with a silver like this, right? It's supposed to be